Take a chair. Right inside.
A sign-in sheet in the back, if you wouldn't mind signing it. I can get you a pen. There's an extra agenda and a comment card, if that's something you're interested in. Okay, great.
Thanks for being here.
Okay, meeting's open.
Thanks, Justin. Welcome everyone who's joining us online. We appreciate you spending your morning with us here today. We are just getting settled here in the room, and then we'll be starting shortly. But appreciate you all being here. Are the committee members on the website? No. Oh, that's so generous of you. Thank you. Really nice.
Showing up here, so you're not.
Yes, yeah, right there. Okay, well, I think we'll get started. So again, Wado, and thank you so much, everyone who's joining us here today, whether it be in person or virtual. Really appreciate your all's time being here. It is 10:05, and we will call our meeting to order. This is a November 14th, 2024 hybrid public meeting of the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names, where we'll be discussing the implementation of Assembly Bill 2022, and specifically reviewing and considering the renaming of SQ named geographic features and places across the state of California. So again, really appreciate you all being here today. Before we get started, I wanted to just take a moment to express my deep thanks for how much work so many people have put in these past 2.5, 3 years as it relates to Assembly Bill 2022. A huge Wado and thank you to Assemblymember James Ramos, Assemblymember Garcia for your work in authoring the legislation and really thinking through how we as a society can look at how we name places and features across the state and work together to ensure that they reflect the values and the communities that we want to have across the state of California. So just a huge Wado and thank you to our legislative leaders who have been so helpful in thinking about this work. Would also like to just take a moment to thank the California Native American tribes, tribal leaders, tribal members from across the state who have spent a lot of time thinking through how to address historical wrongs, how to move forward in healing for their communities, for their governments, for their people, and really pushing us as the state of California, as the government, to do that reflective work and to really make changes so we can move forward in that healing process. A huge Wado and thank you as well to our public agencies, our public agency representatives who are joining us here today, who have spent countless hours, time, and energy serving your communities, working closely with tribes, with members of the community to not only identify SQ names, but then work collaboratively to develop those proposed replacement names that we're going to be discussing here today. I know that takes a lot of time and energy, and I'm sure it's not in your duty statements. So thanks for taking on that extra work and helping us and partnering with us so we can have this conversation. And then we also have a log list of state employees who really have rolled up their sleeves to set the foundation of the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names and to really help us have a space to have these conversations with the community. And if you will indulge me a little bit, there's a handful of folks that I'm just so proud of and so thankful for how much work has gone into all of this efforts. We have Richard Liss, Amy Loseth, Tiffany Meyer, Raymond Hitchcock, Mary Simmer, Daniel Walsh, Heather Whitsons, Heather Baugh, Alex Lima, Maya Sue, Murray Barkowski, and Megan Fleer, who is here today serving as the acting manager of Geographic Names, have really rolled up their sleeves and helped us think through how do we as a state do this work. And I'm just so appreciative of the time, energy, and expertise that everyone has provided to help us get here today. So thank you again for that work. And then lastly, I just want to thank the committee members joining us here today. You all have volunteered your time to sit on this committee to help us go through this work and have these conversations with public agencies, with tribes, with members of the public on how do we move forward? How do we address these names? So again, just huge Watto and thank you for all the time and energy that's gone to helping us get here today. Appreciate it. So we'll do a quick roll call. Well, actually, let me just quickly talk about how today's meeting is going to go. So there's agendas available here for folks who are joining us in person. For folks who are joining us online, you should have a copy of the agenda. It's on our website. So please feel free to look at that. After we do our roll call of the committee members, we're going to have some opening remarks from Assemblymember James Ramos to share his insights on this work. And then we'll have a discussion about what these past 2.5 years have looked like. What is the process that we've done together in that work, and really just kind of framing that baseline and that work that we've done together. And then after that, we're going to be moving into reviewing each of the name proposals. And we've got a very robust agenda. It's ambitious, it's exciting. We're going to get a lot of work done here today. And again, I thanked you already, Megan, but I'm going to keep thanking you because you're just such a rock star. Megan has worked so closely with public agencies to understand all of their work, energy, and she will be presenting that work to us for each renaming proposal. So there will be an opportunity to ask her questions, as well as we will invite representatives from the public agencies to add any additional background to that presentation, maybe correct anything if there's any misstatements or holes, right? Megan's carrying a lot, so really appreciate you doing that. But we want to make sure there's space for the public agencies to add to the conversation. We'll have some opportunities for the committee members to ask questions. And then after that, we will be opening up for public comment on each individual name proposal. We will first start with elected leaders or official representatives of governments, whether that be tribal, state, federal, local, county, city, etc. And then after that, we will have opportunities for members of the public to share their guidance on each naming proposal. And we respectfully request that members of the public keep your public comments to 3 minutes or less. Our dear colleague and friend Justin, who's joining us online, will provide a timer to help us all keep on track. And I know that 3 minutes is not a lot of time, but we have such a robust agenda. We just really appreciate everyone's help keeping the ball moving so we can get through everything here today. So that's how today's meeting's going to go. We will take a break for lunch from 12 to 1. And so I hope you all have something tasty ready to go for that lunch. And yes, I think that is everything. Megan, did I miss anything that we should cover at the top of the meeting?
No, I think that's a good thorough
Okay,
intro.
awesome.
Hopefully it goes well.
It's going to go great. Thank you, Megan. All right, then let's do our roll call. If I call your name, please just say here, if you're here. Myself, Geneva E.B. Thompson, I'm here. Stephen Quinn. Thank you, Stephen. Helen Lopez. Here. We have Cindy Messick. Here. James Newland.
Here.
Rebecca Wedden.
I'm here.
Thank you, Rebecca. Susan Anderson. Absent. Elizabeth Betancourt.
Here.
Thank you. And Amelia Wright.
Yes, here.
Wonderful. Thank you. And then we'll move to our ex officio members. The representative for Caltrans. Nahalia Pope Hardin. Are you here?
Here.
Hello. Thank you. Representative from the Select Committee on Native American Affairs.
Here on behalf of Senator James Ramos.
Thank you, Jacob. Representative from the Legislative Black Caucus. Okay. Representative from the Latino Legislative Caucus. Representative from the Asian Pacific Islander Legislative Caucus. Representative of the Legislative LGBTQ2+ Caucus. Representative from the Legislative Women's Caucus. All right, and then Secretary of Tribal Affairs to the Governor, Christina Snyder-Ashtrey.
Here.
All right, good to see you. Thank you for being here. And then we will move to our federal advisors. Do we have any of our federal advisors joining us here today? Okay, and then our emeritus advisors. I think I see Jim Tremblay joining us. Are you here today?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thanks for being
Yeah,
here, Jim.
I was having technical difficulties. I tried my phone, I tried everything, but I'm here now.
Well, I'm glad it worked out. Sorry that you're having technical difficulties, but welcome. I'm glad you could be here.
All right, thank you.
Do we have any other emeritus advisors joining us here today? All right. Well, thank you all for that roll call. I appreciate you being here. With that, I think we can move into our opening remarks from Assemblymember James Ramos.
Yes.
I mean,
Justin, would you mind sharing the video at this time, please?
My name is Assemblymember James Ramos, and I'm Serrano in Kauai. And I want to welcome you to the meeting of the California Natural Resources Agency. We're a topic that is so important to not only Native Americans here in the state of California, but across the nation. The S word. I read a bill in 2022, AB 2022, that got rid of the name here in the state of California and partnered with the federal government, with the Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland, who moved forward to eradicate that term from any federal property, and we follow suit here in the state of California. But before we talk a little bit more about that and welcome you to this meeting, I want to sing a traditional song. It's a Serrano, a bighorn sheep song, and you'll hear in there, Bat the Naivat. And it talks about looking for the bighorn sheep, searching for the bighorn sheep, Bat the Naivat. Just like our people, throughout the United States and here in the state of California are still searching for that, to make sure that atrocities that affected our elders and the atrocities that happened don't go undiscussed or unheard of. So that's why we're pushing so hard to create education in the state of California. And this bill and each one of you here today starts to move that forward. Shoy Baba no and no Eva, Shoy Baba no and no Eva, Haku Pae Pate Naiba, Haku Pae Pate Naiba, Shoy Baba no and no Eva, Shoy Baba no and no Eva, Haku Pae Pate Naiba, Haku Pae Pate Nai, Ha! Shoy Baba no and no Eva, Shoy Baba no and no Eva, Shoy Baba no and no Eva, Haku Pae Pate Naiva, Haku Pae Pate Naiva, Shoy Baba no and no Eva, Shoy Baba no and no Eva, Haku Pae Pate Naiva, Haku Pae Pate Nai, Ha! Shoy Baba no and no Eva, Shoy Baba no and no Eva, Shoy Baba no and no. That song was taught to me by Serrano Elder Ernest Siva, who we always give recognition to him and the elders and what they've been able to teach us through the resiliency. And today we're going to be talking about the S word in particular and how it dehumanizes our Native American women and the mentality that the state of California, from the first point of contact, from the colonizational period to the gold rush period to the state of California, and ultimately the first governor putting out bounties on our people, on our women, and being able to do that piece of that act from the state legislature in 1850 can only be described as looking at a people as not equal to themselves. Today, in the year 2024, we've been able to sit in the state legislature since 2018, becoming the first California Indian elected in the state legislature, and started tackling all these issues that have plagued our people for generations, from time of contact to where we're at still today. And I say still today because we pushed that piece of legislation, AB 2022, to eradicate the name, the S word, in the state of California, and we moved it through the Assembly and the Senate, and the governor signed it into law. And immediately in the county of Fresno, there was 3 county supervisors that felt that the word was not dehumanizing, that it was actually flattering to Native American women. And so that's the mentality that is still around today. But I'm happy to report that along with the assembly member from that area and the senator, Ana Caballero, and Arambola, Assembly Member Arambola, that we worked hard to defeat that measure. Those supervisors put on a measure on the county ballot to overturn and keep the S word as the name of their valley. We fought that. We fought that in March of this year, and we defeated that measure. And so the S word is no longer welcome in Fresno because of that. And the people from Fresno themselves overwhelmingly supported to change the name because they knew it was offensive to our people. Those are things that still plague our people in the year 2024. As you move forward to change names in the state of California, know that it's an honorable thing that we're doing to make sure that the histories of the past, the atrocities that have come our way, the trauma that's been inflicted upon our people, specifically upon our women during the history of the state of California, is something that's still very much real today. So as you move forward, remember the song that we sang here today, because these are very important issues that bring up a lot of memories of atrocities and trauma, but it also brings up the resiliency of our people, that we're still here today fighting to change these names in the state legislature and throughout the state of California. So I want to thank you and welcoming you to this meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Justin, and again, a huge Watto and thank you to Assemblymember Ramos for opening us up in such a good way today. All right. Well, then now we will move to our next agenda item, the discussion on AB 2022 implementation process. And Megan Fleer, our acting manager of geographic names, as well as deputy director for tribal affairs, will be presenting on the California Advisory Committee of Geographic Names process in the implementation of AB 2022. So Megan, we'll hand it off to you.
Thank you. Okay, hopefully everyone online can hear me. Assuming everyone else hears. All right. Thank you, Justin. Okay, I'm going to give a brief overview, as Deputy Secretary Thompson said, of the bill before we get into kind of the individual name proposals and replacement names. So next slide, please, Justin. Thank you. So a little bit about the bill. The bill was signed by Governor Newsom on September 23rd, 2022. And the bill talks about how the term squaw, which we'll refer to hereafter as the SQ term, is a racist and derogatory term that has historically been used as an offensive ethnic, racial, and sexist slur, especially for Indigenous women. Therefore, the bill specifically designates the SQ term to be racist, derogatory, insulting, and offensive. And furthermore, there's a quote here on the screen stating that no geographic feature or place name in the state of California should have a name that includes racial and sexual slurs and stereotypes targeting Native Americans, which really perpetuate prejudice, disparage racial minorities, and contribute to the current crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous people. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what does the bill do? We have a few bullet points here on the next slide. I would also encourage folks, if you haven't already, to go online and read it, but I'm just giving a summary. So the bill mandates that by January 1st, 2025, which is coming up here pretty soon, the SQ word shall be removed from all geographic features and place names in the state. And public agencies are prohibited from replacing any signs, interpretive markers, or any other kind of marker or printed material with the discontinued name. And the bill furthermore states that replacement names are to be selected in consultation with California Native American tribes and directs public agencies to prioritize names that honor and recognize tribes, tribal cultures, and Indigenous languages specific to the geographic region that these names and places are in. Next slide. Okay, a few more mandates. So these are more specific to CACGN, our committee, and the bill states that CACGN shall vote on the proposed replacement names and may reject a name if the committee determines that it is offensive or insulting. And if a public agency fails to provide a replacement name or the provided name is deemed to be offensive or insulting by the committee, CACGN may, at its discretion and in consultation with advisory bodies, may recommend a replacement name. Next slide. Thank you. Hopefully you all can see that all right. So this slide presents just a really brief overview of the process that we've gone through to date to implement Assembly Bill 2022. Obviously, we are still here today doing some of that implementation. But to date, so the bill was signed in September of 2022, as I mentioned. Then in July of 2023, public agencies were required to identify all geographic features and place names within their jurisdictions containing the SQ term. In between those two dates, CACGN and CNRA staff also solicited input from members of the public and worked very closely with public agencies to identify any places or features containing this term. Following that, CACGN notified public agencies of names within their jurisdictions that would require replacement pertaining to Assembly Bill 2022, and that was in February of this last year, 2024. And then between February and August, CACGN and public agencies conducted an extensive amount of tribal consultations and community outreach. I think as Deputy Secretary Thompson mentioned, that was a lot of work on behalf of the public agencies and the tribes and CACGN and staff that went into coordinating and trying to come up with replacement names that met the requirements of the bill and honored tribes, tribal cultures, and indigenous languages. And so by August 6th is when CACGN requested receipt of all the replacement names that the public agencies wanted to propose through consultation with tribes and outreach to community members. And then here we are today. So today we've tried to summarize a lot of those outreach and consultation efforts in the presentation that I will give throughout the day. Again, really hoping that any representatives from these public agencies or tribes are attending, free to speak up at any point, or I guess not at any point, at the direct point in the agenda, sorry. You know, feel free to add more than what was included in the PowerPoint. Okay, next slide. Yes, with that, I apologize, I got a little squished here, but as Deputy Secretary Thompson already mentioned, we really just want to say a high and many thanks, a lot of thanks to all of the public agencies. I know I've worked with, if we have any public agency staff attending virtually or in person, I've worked with a lot of you all very closely throughout this process, and we're very much aware of how much coordination it took, and we're so thankful just for the continued open communication. So throughout this process, we identified over 30 places and features containing the SQ term in 15 counties. And you know, California is a big state. Like I said, just a lot of coordination, and a huge thank you to everyone who has participated throughout this process. Next slide. Okay. This slide is really dedicated to more of the implementation of Assembly Bill 2022, which I think we hope to continue this communication and coordination after today's meeting. But obviously, as a result of some of the decisions that will be made today, there may be, you know, members of the public or agencies that need to change their addresses. A lot of these places are streets containing the SQ term. So with that, we have developed just a basic address change FAQ that will hopefully be helpful to public agency staff and members of the public looking to update their address, either as a result of CACGN action or in general. I actually found it to be quite useful, and I'm gonna probably use it if I ever move again. So the FAQ contains a list of common entities that one may need to contact or consider when an address is changed or when you move. And also just in terms of the implementation. So the bill does allow for reimbursements to local agencies and school districts. So those reimbursements may be available if the Commission on State Mandates determines that the bill contains costs mandated by the state pursuant to Part 7 of Division 4 of Title 2 of the Government Code. That is in the bill. I know it's very wordy. It's also on our PowerPoint, but it's online if you just look up the bill. So I think that's it for just address change resources. We're hoping this is helpful to folks. And next slide. Okay. I think I'll stop here just to see if anyone has any questions from the committee, and then when we're ready, we can either take a break or get into it.
Yeah. Are there any questions from the committee members? For folks joining online, feel free to raise your hand. Folks in the room, seeing head shakes for no. See no on the Zoom. Any questions? All right. Well, wonderful. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate you going through all that. And maybe we will then get into the agenda. That sounds good to everyone.
Looks like there's a Q&A thing that's been there for a while though. So I don't know if
Okay.
that's someone from the public.
Yeah, Justin, do you mind checking the Q&A and see if there's
Yeah, so I see Brett Rush said, can you see if I'm on the conference? I have sound and video, but no indication that you can see that I'm on.
Oh, okay.
County of
We
Fresno.
can't see the question, but if it's pertinent to specifically just our overview of the bill, could you please read it? And if not, perhaps it's pertinent to maybe general public comment or something else.
Yeah, I think it was just it's a check question. So
Oh, okay.
yeah. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. For folks who are joining us online, when we open up for public comment, Justin will be able to open up your mic and video so you can participate in the public comment. So appreciate you being here. We see the list of attendees. You are here in the virtual room. And when we call for public comment, you'll have the opportunity to raise your hand. And then we'll be able to unmute you, and you'll have 3 minutes to share about specific agenda items. So hopefully that's helpful for folks joining us online. All right. Well, if we don't have any committee questions, let's move into our first agenda item. Does that sound good? Yes. All right. Well, then we will bring up agenda item 1A, which is with within a name within Butte County, ID number 24-049. The SQ name for this item is SQ Flat Road. Again, this is agenda item 1A, and we will open that up for presentation and discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin, would you mind skipping or going 2 slides ahead so it'll introduce replacement names for Butte County? Yes, thank you. Perfect. You're so on top of it. I would like to just preemptively preface all of my presentations today with a thank you for everyone's patience and apologies if I mispronounce any of the names, whether those names are in English or otherwise. I will do my best. If anyone does know a correct way to pronounce something, please tell me. You know, I'm here to learn today as well. And I would really like to get the names correct. So if anyone does know, I would love to learn. But just thank you for your patience with me as I go through all of these. So, okay. SQ Flat Road, Butte County. Thank you, Deputy Secretary, for the introduction. So for each of these slides, I just have a brief overview of the tribal consultation that occurred since that was mandated by the bill, any public outreach, and then kind of some miscellaneous notes that I think will be pertinent for the committee members as we consider these replacement names. So, okay, so Flat Mine Road. For this particular area, it is in an area presently called Forbestown, which was founded in 1850 during the gold rush by a B.F. Forbes, and the town served as a central hub for placer mining, farming, and businesses surrounding the mines. And today, SQ Flat Road is primarily a residential area. So for this proposal, the county contacted 15 potentially affected tribes, receiving 1 response from the Honey Lake Maidu, which proposed the name Flat Mine Road based on the history of the town. And that sums the notes that I have for this particular name proposal. So I think now I will hand it back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have anyone joining us who is an official representative of the County of Butte who would like to add or correct anything to this presentation? And if you're joining us online, please raise your hand if you're representing the County of Butte. Last call, any representative from County of Butte? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any questions from members of the committee on this presentation? Yeah.
So this might be a question for all of them, depending on when and where public outreach was done, but it says none was listed.
Yes.
And so I'm wondering, I know that this is the local government that will be handling the change, the communication of the change, but it seems like kind of a big deal if that hasn't been done yet.
That's an excellent question, if I may respond.
Of course.
Thank you. So I would say that each of these cases is a little bit different. Some of our public agencies maybe have already approved their names through their local process. Some are waiting for CACGN's approval before they initiate their own local process. Some, went through, again, we really defer to the local processes and relationships. And so some may have done that ahead of time and others could be waiting, and others just, there was maybe not a ton of engagement, if that answers your question. So you'll see a variety. Okay.
That's great. Yeah.
Any other questions for this agenda item? And the proposed name of Flat Mine Road. All right, hearing none, we will open it up for elected leaders or official representatives of tribal, federal, state, county, city, or other governments. Do we have any elected or official representatives of any governments that would like to provide some public comment or testimony on this agenda item? If you're joining us online, please use the raised hand feature and we can unmute you. All right, last call for any elected or official representatives of any governments, whether that be tribal, federal, state, county, city, or other. If you're joining online, please use the raise hand feature. All right, hearing none, we'll open up to public comment. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak on agenda item 1A for SQ name ID 24-049? Any members of the public? Please raise your hand in the bottom feature of the Zoom, and we can unmute you and you can have 3 minutes for public comment. And I see that we have a second Q&A pop up in the thing, and so that's the official term, the thing. The Q&A feature on the Zoom. Justin, is that by chance somebody who's wanting to provide public comment?
It's a question related. Do you mind if I read it?
Actually, if we could just ask if the
Yeah.
member of the public can raise your hand and we can unmute
That'd
you.
be best. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you just put a question in the Q&A feature, we ask that you raise your hand. It's a little outline hand raise feature in the bottom of the Zoom. You can click that. Justin can unmute you and you can provide your public comment.
Okay. Let me bring up the slide real quick. Michelle, I'm allowing you to
Hi.
speak now.
I just had the question. I know that someone else asked that too, but I thought one of the main things of the bill was to consult with the tribes. And if you guys are voting on these, it seems like it's a little backwards to wait for the county to do it after you guys have your meeting.
I appreciate the comment and the question. I think maybe as a point of clarification, when the governor signed the legislation in 2022, the California Natural Resources Agency engaged in early tribal consultations on the rollout of the implementation of the legislation. And then through that work held intertribal webinars, one-on-one tribal consultations on the rollout piece. And then provided support, template letters, additional guidance and resources to each of the individual public agencies who were tasked to complete the tribal consultations for the renaming process within their communities. And so my understanding is based off of Butte County's work, or the County of Butte's work, that they sent a request for consultation letter out, and Honey Lake Maidu provided input and recommendations around the proposed name of Flat Mine Road. So hopefully that's a little helpful clarification there. Really appreciate the comment, Michelle. Radcliffe Garcia, we really appreciate you being here and sharing and highlighting the importance of tribal consultation in the renaming process. I hope that's helpful background. Are there any other members of the public that would like to provide any remarks on agenda item 1A for the County of Butte and the proposed new name of Flat Mine Road? I see another question in the Q&A. For folks who are joining us online who would like to provide public comment, please use the raise hand feature so we can have public comment for this particular agenda item. The Q&A feature is not the best place for public comment.
I believe that was just a, sorry, Chair.
Oh, no, please, yeah.
I'm recording. I believe that was just a thank you
Oh,
to acknowledge,
wonderful.
but your point is also well taken. So hopefully folks will raise their hands for the specific agenda items we wish to speak on.
Yes, thank you. And Wado, and thank you. I really appreciate the conversation around tribal consultations. All right, well then maybe I'll call for a motion. Does anyone on the committee would like to motion as it regarding agenda item 1A? James Newland, I see you have your hand raised. Do you have a motion?
I do, Chair. I would like to make a motion that the committee accept the staff recommendation to approve the change of SQ Flat Road to Flat Mine Road.
Second.
Thank you. I hear a motion and a second. Is there any questions or conversation around the motion from any committee members? Seeing some head nods. No? All right. All in favor of the motion? Oh, excuse me. We'll do a roll call vote. If you're in favor of the motion to adopt the staff recommendation to approve Flat Mine Road to replace SQ Flat Road as it relates to agenda item 1A, please say aye. If you would like to not approve that motion, please say nay. And if you'd like to abstain, please say I abstain. So Stephen Quinn, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you. Helen Lopez? Aye. Thank you. Cindy Mesher?
Aye.
Thank you. Jim Newland?
Aye.
Thank you. Rebecca Wedden?
Aye, and it's went. Like,
Went.
where
I'm
did
so
she
sorry.
go? No worries.
Thank you so much for that correction. Went. I apologize. Thank you. Elizabeth Bethencourt?
Yes. Aye.
Thank you. And Amelia Wright?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. So the motion passes. And so the committee has approved the proposed name of Flat Mine Road. All right, so we'll move on to agenda item 2A. This is in Calaveras County, ID number 24-146, and replacing the road that is named SQ Drive. And so Deputy Director Fleer, we'll hand it off to you.
Thank you. And one thing I forgot to mention at the beginning as well, although I think it's evident if you read the agenda, is we are going in alphabetical order by county as a means to have some sort of organization. So just for the reference, these are alphabetical by county. So, okay. Regarding SQ Drive, number 24-146 in Calaveras County. So the proposed replacement name for this place is Legends Lane. And this case is, this road is a private road. So just for the record, throughout this process, we worked very closely with public agencies, and some of these public agencies have the ability through their municipal codes and ordinances to replace private roads, obviously public as well. So that's why on the slide, you'll see a reference to the County of Calaveras' municipal codes stating that the building official must approve the selection of all road names on public and private roads within the county. And that if a majority of parcels on the road petition the building official to change the name, said building official may authorize the adoption of the new name in conformance with the code. And for this particular case, the term legend is intended to refer to past history. And the county performed public outreach to all potentially affected property owners. There are 8 in total that are located on SQ Drive. And of those 8, 4 owners submitted petitions to support the name change and voted for the proposed name. And in addition, the county contacted 7 potentially affected tribes and did not receive any responses. And those are the notes that we have for Legends Lane.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any representative from the County of Calaveras joining us here today to provide any additional background? If you're joining us online, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen. All right, last call for a representative of County of Calaveras to add to this presentation. All right, hearing none. Do we have any questions from committee members? Yes, Stephen Quinn.
Yeah, just to make sure I'm understanding that correct, Megan, was that, so the county's municipal code, or is our vote then to change that or to recommend it to the building official to approve?
Thank you, Stephen, for your question. So the committee's vote is just to approve the name or not, according to Assembly Bill 2022. So the notes that are included regarding a municipal code, whether for this case or others, are simply to provide reference in case folks have questions, stating, hey, this is a private road. Why are we changing this name and under what authority? This is to say that, yes, the County of Calaveras has authority to change this name and this is their code. So we're not voting on anything to do with their code whatsoever. It's just provided for reference. What the committee is voting on is really, do you all approve this name, and does it fit the intent and the mandates of Assembly Bill 2022? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
All right, any other questions from the committee? Hearing none. Okay, we'll open it up for any public comment from elected or official appointed leaders from any governments, whether that be tribal, federal, state, county, city, or other governments. Any public comment? If folks are joining online, please use the raised hand feature. Last call for elected or appointed leaders. All right, hearing none, we'll move on to public comment. Do we have any members from the public who would like to talk about agenda item 2A, ID number 24-146, SQ Drive to Legends Lane in Calaveras County? Any members of the public? If you're joining online, please use the raise hand feature. Last call for members of the public. Hearing none. Do I have a motion as it relates to agenda item 2A?
I can motion to approve the change to Legends Lane from SQ Drive in Calaveras County.
Wonderful. Do I have a second?
I can second that.
Thank you. Any questions or conversation around the motion? Seeing none? All right. If it's okay with everyone, I'm just gonna kind of quickly go through the roll call. So, Stephen, what's your vote? I'm sorry?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you. Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Thank you. Jim?
Aye.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Aye.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Aye.
Thank you. And Amelia?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you all. So now we'll go to agenda item 3A. This is ID number 24-76 for SQ Court in Contra Costa County. Deputy Director Fleer.
Thank you. And this is specifically the public agency for the specific name is the city of Antioch.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's, okay, so for this replacement name of SQ Court, the city of Antioch has proposed the name Hopun. And again, my sincerest apologies if I am mispronouncing anything. So based on the city's research, the term Hopun are the people of the Bay Miwok tribe native to what is today known as Antioch and Oakley. And there's precedent for using and for the city naming public spaces after the indigenous peoples as well. The city already has a Bay Miwok Meadows Park as well as a Hopun Community Park. And the city performed outreach via a public council meeting to vote on the proposed name on October 22nd of this year. And the city also reached out to 12 potentially affected tribes and did not receive any responses. Those are the notes that I have for this name proposal.
Thank you. Do we have any committee questions? Oh, excuse me. Do we have any members of the public or any representative from the county of Calaveras or no, excuse me. I'm so sorry. The city of Anaheim. Any representatives from the city here to add to the presentation?
Sure. I think there may be, because I just presented on number 2476, which is 3 in Contra Costa. I think we may have skipped a few slides. So I guess point of clarification that this is agenda item number 3A.
Yeah.
That I just presented. We may need to backtrack to 2A.
I think we just did
we just
2A.
voted.
Yeah, we just voted on 2A. So now we're, I know, right? We're only on the third. All right, so we're on agenda item 3A, Contra Costa County with the city of
Antioch.
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 With the city of Antioch. Do we have any representatives from the city? All right, hearing none. Any questions from the committee? Stephen?
Yeah, Megan, do you know, did the city, it looks like if they voted on this proposal on October 22nd, do you know if there was any outreach to the tribes after that with the proposed name of Jolpin based on the city's research?
I do not. I would say as a general best practice, we definitely encourage public agencies to reach back out once, you know, a replacement name or multiple replacement names were decided upon, but I don't have any information to confirm that for you at this time.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this agenda item? All right, then we'll open it up for any elected or official representatives of any governments, tribal, federal, state, county, city. If you're joining online, please use the raise hand feature. Last call for any elected leaders or official representatives of any governments. All right, then we'll open it up to public comment. Do we have any members of the public joining us who would like to share on agenda item 3A, ID number 24-76, SQ Court to Popoon? If you're joining online, use the raise hand feature. Last call for any public comment. All right, hearing none. Does anyone in the committee have a motion for agenda item 3A?
I motion to approve the new name Hopum.
Okay,
Staff recommendation.
And I second.
is that Amelia who seconded?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, this is Jim. And based on Stephen's comment, I mean, normally I would also be sort of without native consultation using a term, but I see they've already used this word in another public venue, so it makes me feel a little more comfortable that there's no issue, shall we say, from the tribes, though I know that's assuming a bit, but I sort of just some thoughts on that. If anybody has any other thoughts on that.
Yeah, if I can add on to that, Jim, that was part of my thought process as well. Since I personally am unaware of the two other public parks, my thought may be to postpone to a December meeting, to give the public agency time to maybe conduct further outreach with the potentially affected tribes, given that they voted on this name based on their own research, but as we're just open to other comments and ideas.
Can I
All right.
clarify, can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
It says that they contacted 12 tribes affected,
Mhm.
right? So they did reach out to them. And if they didn't respond, I'm thinking they had that choice, but that's just my thought because, and the others, you're reaching out and they're not responding.
Do you have any other background on
Yes, and
this outreach?
thank you, Chair. I was just gonna try to pull up the response. Short of pulling up all of the submittal here, I can attest to the fact that the city in this case did reach out to the tribes on multiple occasions, and in my own correspondence with the city, I encouraged them to do so again, and they had done so. So I think there just was not a large response from the tribes for this particular case.
Thank you.
But if you would like dates and other things, I could find those. It might just take me a minute.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to approve the staff recommendation?
This is Jim again. I'm fairly comfortable with this based on sort of the longstanding of having used this term. And my assumption would be that if the tribes came back to city, hopefully they would address if there was some change needed in the future, if there's some misinterpretation of that term or something. But so I'm not too concerned, even though I always do like to have the notice that the tribes responded, even if they respond back, that they don't have an issue. So I'll just throw that out there. I mean, I'm open to moving forward with the motion but just knowing that the city may need to address that if there is an issue in the future. But it would eliminate our issue, which is removing the SQ word from the feature.
Okay.
May I ask one further question as well? I know we have the deadline of the 2025 January. If there was a subsequent change, would that be a CACGN matter, or would that be at the local municipality? Let's say, to Jim's example, if there was, if the tribes did step forward in the future and if there was concerns regarding this name, would that avenue for a name change, would that be a possibility? Would it be through us? Do we know if it would be through the local? Excuse me.
Yeah, my understanding is it would be through the local jurisdiction. It would not be a CACGN matter.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion on the motion? Yes.
May I just add a point, Chair, that to both Jim and Stephen's point of kind of ensuring this outreach to tribes. So Kagan and CNRA did reach out to tribes on multiple occasions as well. So it was in addition to the public agencies doing their own consultations and outreach, and we reached out on multiple dates. For some specific cases, we even, we called, emailed, letters, and then our intent after this as well is to follow up with the list of approved names that have already been submitted, at least before this meeting, if that helps in your discussion and decision.
Thank you. It does, because for those of us who know about consultation, it isn't always one letter goes, you don't hear it's done. You need to follow up, and the following up through different medium and all is much more comforting to me that the effort was made, and this may not be in the list of issues for that tribe at the top of their list. So that makes me feel better. Thanks. That the best practices were followed.
All right, any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Ready to vote? All right, Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
And Amelia?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. So now we will move to agenda item 4A. This is ID number 24-4, SQ Valley Fire Station in the county of Fresno. And the public agency is CAL FIRE. So we'll hand it off to you, Deputy Director.
Thank you, Chair. So for ID number 24-004, currently named SQ Valley Fire Station, the proposed replacement name is Bear Mountain Fire Station. And this name was chosen to honor the natural nearby landmass of Bear Mountain. And several local businesses have also used the term Bear Mountain in their name as well. CAL FIRE for this case contacted 9 potentially affected tribes. 3 tribes responded and were either neutral or supportive of the proposed name. And that is all of the notes I have for this case.
Wonderful, thank you. And do we have a representative from CAL FIRE who would like to speak on this agenda item?
You do have a representative.
Well, thank you for being here.
Would you mind maybe stepping up here, and we'll probably do this for other comments?
Well,
Just
I don't think that you're gonna have to worry about that. Second one. Yes.
And if you don't mind
No
introducing yourself as well.
Yes, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Tyler, I'm the Director and Fire Chief at CAL FIRE here in Sacramento. And this has been a process with our Southern region and our Fresno Kings unit to recognize and identify a facility, a fire station in this community that is labeled with the SQ word. They actually got ahead of the committee process and began making contact and having discussions about changing the name of this facility. And then we got back in alignment with the legislation to allow it to be here today. Bear Mountain, of all opportunities that were discussed and suggested, is the recommended name change of that fire station.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Do we have any committee questions?
I do.
Yes.
So I work for CAL FIRE and I worked on this effort, so I'm not sure if it would be a conflict for me to vote or not. So just want clarification on that.
I would just abstain. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, whatever you feels best, but no, if you have the question. Any other questions? All right, hearing none, do we have any elected or official leaders of a government, whether that be tribal, federal, state, county, or city, who would like to speak on this matter? If you're joining online, please use the raise hand feature. Last call for government leaders. All right, do we have any members of the public who would like to provide public comment? This is agenda item 4A, ID number 24-4. Any members of the public, please feel free to use the raise a hand feature in the bottom of the screen. Last call. All right, hearing none, do we have a motion from the committee?
I'll make a motion to approve the naming proposal ID 24-4 SQ Valley Fire Station to the proposed name of Bear Mountain Fire Station.
Thank you, Stephen. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Oh,
Sorry,
that
James.
It's a
Okay.
race, 2-1.
I'm farther away, so
All right, well, thank you for the second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's do the roll call vote. Stephen? Helen?
Abstain.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, motion is approved. Thank you so much. All right, so now we will move to agenda item 4B. This one is in the county of Fresno, and the public agency is the county of Fresno. ID number 24-432, SQ Leap Lane 2. There is a list of proposed names. Eagle Lane, Deer Leap Lane, Bobcat Lane, Doe Leap Lane, Buck Leap Lane, and Manzanita Lane. Again, this is agenda item 4B. I'll hand it off to you.
Okay. So for name proposal ID number 24-432, current name SQ Leap Lane, the county of Fresno, as you will see, proposed these, I think that's seven different potential names. When we reached out to ask whether there was any preferred name, the county did not indicate there was a preferred name. And these names were developed as a part of the county's community outreach, which included 2 public community meetings on May 8th and May 18th, where the county staff solicited input from community members. In addition, the county contacted 10 potentially affected tribes. 4 tribes responded and were either neutral or supportive of changing the name. Specifically, the Big Sandy Rancheria of Western Pomo Indians proposed the name Eagle Lane. So for the committee members, you will see in the agenda that the staff recommendation for a situation in which there are multiple names was to approve the names and to strongly recommend that the county adopt Eagle Lane as its final selection, given its closer alignment to the bill.
Thank you. Are there any representatives from the county of Fresno joining us here today that would like to add to this presentation? If you're joining us online, please use the raise hand feature. Again, calling out if there's any representatives from the county of Fresno that would like to add to this presentation for agenda item 4B. Last call. All right.
Hold on, there's a
Hearing-
hand that was going up and down briefly. And
all
it
right.
is solid now. Brett Rush. I'm gonna allow him to speak.
Thank you. Welcome, Brett. Thanks for being here today. If you don't mind introducing yourself and sharing your title with the county.
Yes, my name is Brett Rush. I work for Fresno County Supervisor Nathan Magsick. We've had several community meetings to discuss any name changes to the community of Squaw Valley or the lane or the cemetery. And I just want to see why you're choosing Eagle Lane and not the other 7 or 6 other names that were listed by the community. I know that in the memo, it says that the recommendation came from a tribe, but just curious if you took the other names seriously or not. That's all.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the question. And my read of the staff recommendation is, well, I don't know, Deputy Director, do you want to clarify your read of the staff recommendation?
Sure. So the staff recommendation of strongly recommending Eagle Lane was specifically because the bill calls for public agencies to prioritize names that honor tribes, tribal cultures, and indigenous languages. And given that in this particular instance, a tribe did step forward to propose a name, that is resulting in the recommendation to strongly consider their proposed name.
And so, Mr. Rush, we would appreciate your insight and guidance on the community meeting that the County of Fresno held and your consultations with tribes as it relates to agenda item 4B. Mr. Rush, are you still here with us today?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I thought I was on mute here.
No worries. We're all navigating the tech stuff today.
So I understand that you're taking the tribe's recognition more with more value, but I'm not quite sure exactly where this tribe is located. I know that the community came out and gave 7 different names for that road, so just wasn't quite sure if the Big Sandy Rancheria of Western Homo Indians was actually or live actually in the area. That's all.
Okay, well, I appreciate the question. My understanding is that this was a report that was included from the documents sent by the County of Fresno in response to the consultations that the county sought with Big Sandy Rancheria Western Pomo. So would appreciate any insight or guidance from you on the consultations that the county held.
I know that CACGN did recommend some tribes that we reach out to, but all the tribes that we are aware of, some of those tribes weren't even from the general area. So just wanted to make sure that they have strong representation in the Squaw Valley area and not just a person. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Rush. Thank you for joining us here today and sharing that additional insight. Are there any committee questions for either Megan or Mr. Rush?
I have a question about geography, I guess. I mean, I guess I'm assuming that the tribes that the county would have contacted are tribes who would have a vested interest in the location that we're talking about. And I'm wondering, like, how much are we responsible for making sure that that's the case? And yeah, more on that, I guess.
Sharon, would you like to answer, or I can too?
Sure. So the list that Mr. Rush mentioned was a list that was provided by the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names to public agencies as the list of tribes that have informed either the Native American Heritage Commission or the California Natural Resources Agency, that the area in question is within their ancestral territory. And so we provided a list of tribes and contact information for each of those tribes based off of the information that those tribes have shared with the state of California about their boundaries and their ancestral territories. And so Big Sandy Rancheria, Western Pomo Indians, if they were included on that list that the county of Fresno was relying on, that's why they were included. It's based off of the information that the Rancheria shared with us.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
if that's helpful back
Yeah,
then.
super
But
helpful.
anything to add or correct?
No, that was perfect.
All
Thank you.
right. Any other questions for Megan or Mr. Rush? Cindy?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure I'm tracking. So, so the Big Sandy Rancheria of Western Pomo Indians was part of the list that we provided to the county for outreach. Am I tracking that correctly?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Just that's what I think I'm hearing, but I just wanted to
Yeah.
double
We
check.
navigated many lists, so I just want to
I-
confirm.
I'm
You didn't see
curious.
me look
Yeah.
at Megan. We were
Yeah, okay,
confirming. Yeah.
gotcha. And that's in response, in part to tribes letting you all know that they had geographically, maybe these were ancestral lands, so that's how we kind of came, or you all came up with the list?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Sam, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I mean, so just so you all know, when an agency requested the Native American Heritage Commission a list of tribes that we need to consult on a geographic area, that is the legitimacy of those groups' ability to be able to consult or have the consultation offer. So that is how the standard practice works. So I'm assuming, as Megan, that's what the process was followed here, to say, here's this location. We ask the commission, they give us the list. That's the list to which you would reach out to. So that's standard practice from any agency, and how to find out what tribes in California we need to consult with. So the other thing, I guess, just trying to understand fully the intent of the draft motion here, is that we are strongly recommending Eagle Lane, but that does not, depending on how we phrase this motion, right, it does not mean they couldn't choose one of the other ones if we found them acceptable. Is that the intent of your staff's recommendation at this point?
Thanks, Jim. So to answer your first question, yes, that is the standard practice we followed in terms of identifying tribes that may be potentially affected. So every time you hear me say so-and-so contacted this many potentially affected tribes, it's coming from that list. To answer your question, yes, depending on how the committee phrases the motion, it could adopt, or it could approve one of these proposed names, it could approve all of them, it could approve none. That's really up to you all, but I would say regardless, I think tying back to the bill, which says that the committee may disapprove a name if a name is considered offensive or insulting. That is one means to do so. And then I guess the other point would be that, as I mentioned before, some of these public agencies have already gone through their approval process, and others are waiting for CACGN approval. So I believe those are all of the options: approve all, approve some, approve none, or defer to the December meeting. Is there any others I may have forgotten?
Yeah, no, I think so.
Okay, hope that helps.
Steven, do you have your hand raised?
Can I ask a quick follow-up to that? If the committee did approve all names, would it then go back to the decision at the county level, which of those approved names they're going to move forward with?
Correct.
Thank you.
And can I make?
Yeah.
So I guess based on some of the bill text, then a name that would be insulting or derogatory, while none of the other names themselves in and of themselves are insulting or derogatory, I guess I would kind of consider it, if the tribe actually suggested a name and we're supposed to prioritize that, it actually would be kind of insulting to choose something else. That's how I would see it, I guess.
I mean, just some thoughts on this. I mean, I agree with Elizabeth. But if the city has a major concern about it, then maybe we could defer it to December. But I'm in support of the Eagle, but I'm looking to the city to see what they think. Because they gave us a lot of options. It would have been ideal if they would have selected their preference, I guess.
Okay.
I just want to make sure everyone online, can you hear us in the room? Yeah, okay, awesome. Just want to make sure. Any other questions?
I noticed Brett has his hand raised again.
Yeah, I was hoping he could ask if they have a preference.
There you go. Mr. Rush, yes, please.
I'll make it clear that the county is not in the position to rename streets or lanes in front of the people who actually live in the community or live on those streets. So the 7 options were from the community, not from the county. We're not going to pick and choose winners and losers here. Thank you.
And so I have a question for you, Mr. Rush. So is it, my understanding is that, so if I heard you correctly, the county's ordinance relies on the homeowners to help select the name change. Is that what you were saying?
I am not aware of an ordinance that requires the county to change names, similar to the county that you mentioned previously. I'm not, that's out of my knowing the ordinance. We just don't want to pick a winner or losers out of the 7 names that were selected by the community. We gave your group 7 names that came from the community, and the impression was you were going to pick by your choice, not by ours. The community does not want to change any names whatsoever, but if it has to be changed, these are the 7 names that they recommended.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Any other questions? All right, hearing none, let's open it up to, where am I in my list here? Let's open it up to any elected leaders or official representatives of any tribal, federal, state, county, or city governments. If you're joining us online, please use the raise the hand feature. Again, this is a public comment opportunity for elected leaders or official representatives of any governments. Last call for any elected leaders or official representatives of any governments. You see that we have a
Brett
hand raised.
has his, yeah. Brett, allowing you to speak.
Yeah, I might have spoken out of turn, but I do represent Supervisor Nathan Magsick of Fresno County, so maybe I jumped in too soon. So I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
No, you jumped in the perfect time. Thank you for being here and representing the county here today for this conversation. We really appreciate you.
You betcha.
All right, do we have any members of the public who would like to provide any public comments on agenda item 4A, ID number 24-432 in the county of Fresno? Any members of the public who would like to share any insights or expertise on this agenda item?
Chair, we have one in the room.
Oh, awesome.
I didn't know whether I fell within that last bit of category.
Yeah.
But Joe Tyler, again, Director and Fire Chief at CAL FIRE, and listening to the Fresno County official related to the Big Sandy Rancheria and where it is located. I feel it's important just to note, and I'm sure it is just a typo, but that we recognize on the slides that it is not the Big Sandy Rancheria Western Pomo Indians. It is the Big Sandy Rancheria of Mono Indians. So I would recommend that we just correct that for the official record. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that correction.
That makes a lot more sense.
That makes a lot more sense too. Thank you so much, Director. Appreciate that correction. So we will make those edits for the record to correct the tribe's name and apologies on behalf of the committee to the tribe for that typo. We'll make that correction and I appreciate the guidance and insight on that. No, nothing about it. We really appreciate it. And I'm sure everyone's aware, we're processing a lot of information and data and typos are gonna happen. So, but I do appreciate having a correct record. Any other members of the public joining us here today? Last call for public comment on agenda item 4B. All right, hearing none. Do we have a motion?
I motion that the committee recommend, no. Sorry, I forget the verbiage. But
Motion to approve,
yes,
deny, or
thank
defer?
you.
Yeah.
To approve the name Eagle Lane to replace SQ Leap Lane in Fresno County.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, thank you for the second. Any discussion on the motion to approve the name to Eagle Lane for agenda item 4B?
This is Jim. Well, I'm just looking at the staff recommendation was to, I'll summarize, approve all the names with a strong preference for Eagle. So I don't know if that's something that broadens out the options or if in fact you just want to, your motion appears to push the top choice.
Yeah,
And
that
so I
was
just
my
want to
intent.
understand everybody's thought on understanding those two differences, but
Yeah.
I think you're very clear on why I'm assuming why you wanted to put that piece forward.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, that was my intent. And being that the county did not have a preference and that this is one of the 7 names proposed by the people who live there, and the one proposed by a tribe, it seems to fit well within our mandate.
Very good. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Any other discussion on the motion? No? All right. Hearing none, let's move into a vote. Stephen? I think we're having audio issues, Stephen. Okay, I think I heard you say aye. I'm trying to read your lips, but you're having some audio issues.
Yes,
So.
I.
Oh, there we go. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Helen? Aye. Thank you. Cindy?
Aye.
Thank you. Jim?
Aye.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Aye.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Aye.
Thank you. Amelia?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, so the motion to approve the name to Eagle Lane has been adopted. All right, so now then we'll move to agenda item 4C. This is ID number 24-471 in the county of Fresno. The public agency is also the county of Fresno. And the agenda items to change SQ Valley Cemetery to one of the proposed names. So agenda item 4C.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We have 2 slides for this one, and similarly, there were a number of names, in this case, 8. So the county in their submittal to CNRA staff and CACGN put forth the following names: Friendship Cemetery, Bear Valley Cemetery, Bear Heights Cemetery, Valley Heights Cemetery, Bobcat Highlands Cemetery, Summer Valley Cemetery, Bear Mountain Cemetery, and Fulgham Cemetery. So first and foremost, in terms of tribal consultation, the county contacted 9 potentially affected tribes. 4 tribes responded and were either neutral or supportive of changing the name. None of the tribes that were responsive submitted recommended replacement names of their own. And like the public community meetings that were referenced on the prior slide, the county in this case also discussed these names during their May 8th and May 18th public community meetings to solicit input. Next slide, please, Justin. Thank you. Okay, I may have to look down because the screen's a little far. Good eyesight, but
Tiny.
Okay, so some notes on the proposed names. So those 2 meetings, the county sent the notes to us, and we tried to summarize any rationale that was provided by the community members or the county representatives, just for additional context. And we did reach out again for any names where context wasn't provided, and the county had responded saying that there was none. But I will go through this just for everyone's reference. So again, the county did not indicate which names, if any, were preferred. These proposed names were developed as part of that community outreach. And the specific rationale, let's start with Friendship Cemetery. The term friendship was proposed by a community member as a way of bringing people together. That's what they said. Bear Valley and Bear Heights. The rationale that was noted for those 2, and I believe similarly with Bear Mountain, is just that there are a large number of bears in the area. Summer Valley, a resident had heard stories from some of their relatives discussing the usage of the valley by Native peoples, and I believe it was particularly Native women during the summer months. And then lastly, Fulgham was proposed by a community member because W.J. Fulgham purchased the property that the cemetery is located on in 1917. But there wasn't any other information that was provided. So that is what we have for the proposed names that were put forth for SQ Valley Cemetery, number 24-471.
Thank you. Do we have a representative from the County of Fresno who would like to add to this presentation?
I see Brett with his hand raised. I'm going to allow him to speak now.
And Mr. Rush, thank you again.
My pleasure. Again, my name is Brett Rush. I work for Fresno County Supervisor Nathan Magzik, who represents the Squaw Valley community that has Squaw Valley Cemetery. The only role the county has with the cemetery is appointing 3 board members. Other than that, the county has no role with the cemetery on fees, on costs, on services. There's no paid staff. You know, all 3 board members volunteer their time and efforts to bury the deceased. So other than appointments, the county has no role in the district. I spoke with a member yesterday asking to get some information about their finances, and he was either unwilling or had no knowledge of the amount of property tax they receive from property owners, which is about 1,000 households. He had no idea or didn't want to share the cost that people pay to bury their loved ones when that time comes. It is only a 2-acre cemetery, and like I said, no paid staff. It's all volunteer work by them. Right now, wait, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the wrong district. So 3 board members are all serving right now, but it's a very small cemetery. So when speaking with him, he got the impression that it still remained with the community to rename the cemetery. I said, no, the state's going to be renaming it for you. Be prepared to help pay for whatever costs are involved. And I'm just curious if he pays for any kind of letterhead or business cards or anything, is the state going to reimburse them for that, knowing that they don't receive a whole lot of money from the property tax? And so I guess that's my question is, when the name is changed, will they be reimbursed for any changes? And are you expecting the county to force upon them the name change of a private-ish cemetery district? That's good. That's it for now.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Really appreciate that additional insight on this particular cemetery. I think to ask your specific question around the costs associated with it, Assembly Bill 2022 under Section 3 determines that or states in the law that if the Commission on State Mandates determines that this act contains costs mandated by the state, reimbursement to local agencies and school districts for those costs shall be made pursuant to Part 7, commencing with Section 17500, and Division 4 of Title 2 of the Government Code would apply. I know that's a lot of statute text there, but essentially the Commission on State Mandates is the state of California's process in reviewing that specific question that you just had as it relates to costs associated with the change of the names under this law. And so if the cemetery is incurring those costs, recommend that the County of Fresno work closely with the cemetery and the Commission on State Mandates to go through that process as the law allows for. I hope that's helpful clarification on that piece. All right. Well, Mr. Rush, anything else that you would like to add to this particular agenda item?
Well, I thought I was talking and okay, I guess my question is, it's a cemetery district. It's not a school district. It's not a public agency. And my concern is they're not going to be reimbursed because they don't fit the criteria unless I interpreted your comments incorrectly.
Yeah, so the County of Fresno would be counted as the local agency. And so recommend that the county work closely with the cemetery in navigating that Commission on State Mandates.
So the money would be paid through the county if there's any expenses incurred by the district.
So I don't want to misspeak on the commission's process. And so I recommend working closely with the Commission on the State Mandates of their specific process in navigating this piece.
Understood. Thank you. Oh, there on the recommendations, there is no strongly recommended name on the cemetery district. It says staff recommendation and it recommends all of them. Why is it different from the last item?
So my understanding of the staff recommendation here is that the County of Fresno, in partnership with the tribes that the county has consulted with, as well as the community, and it sounds like the board of the cemetery worked to identify this list of proposed names. And so we want to honor and respect the community's work in that renaming effort and want to ensure that the cemetery reflects the values of the community. And so the staff proposal really is listing out the names that the county shared with the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names. And then we look to partner closely with the county in coordination with the community on selecting a new proposed name from that list. And so we look to the committee here today to see if they have any questions for you, as well as any guidance on those proposed list names. But really, we do understand that these places are important and that having them reflect the values of the community is essential. So that's probably why you're seeing that staff recommendation. But I look to, we can add some additional insights. Megan's taking a sidebar for a second on that recommendation. But does the committee have any questions, either for Megan or Mr. Rush? On agenda item 4C, ID number 24-471.
I have a question.
Yes.
So is staff recommending that the county go back and work with the cemetery and the tribes to define and just select one name? Because this is a lot of options, right?
And the second paragraph here too, the remaining name, and I'm not sure what that refers to, does not meet the standards of Assembly Bill 2022.
Yes, of course.
But yes, agreed.
Okay, would you mind repeating your question? Because I'm sorry, there were
So-
two of them.
Sorry. So is staff recommending that these names go back to the county and the tribe and the cemetery to narrow it down to one name that works for all of them?
So the recommendation that's in the agenda is to approve 7 of the 8 names excepting Fulgham Cemetery. One recommendation of the committee members, I believe, could be to defer and to work with the county to try to reach out one more time to the tribes. Again, for this case, as well as all of the others, the public agencies were required to reach out to the tribes. They did submit with their submittals to us, because we asked for folks to say, when did you reach out? How did you reach out? So that's something that I filtered through, and we also did our own outreach as the CNRA according to our normal protocols and standard best practices. So for the cases where we don't see any communication from the tribes or any suggested replacement names, the recommendation, as Deputy Secretary Thompson, as the chair mentioned, is to really acknowledge the work that the public agency did put in with the community, and to select recommendation of those names that meet the criteria of the bill. The reason the last name of Fulgham Cemetery was not recommended is because that's named after a person. And I think as many know that when there's not a lot of context, and I did reach out to ask for additional context from the county, it can be really difficult to determine whether that name could be considered offensive or derogatory. So that is why staff's recommendation was to approve those 7 of the names. Does that answer your questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Stephen, I see you have your hand raised.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect. Just to follow up on that, just so we don't possibly put ourselves in a pinch as a committee, I think AB 2022, after we vote on a replacement name, are to notify the public agency, in this case, the County of Fresno, but also other agencies that work in the space of replacing marker names like the Caltrans, Cal Fire, on the replacement name. If we were to vote as a committee on multiple names, how would that impact, or would that impact us in that subsequent work where we'd have to notify those agencies after voting on that replacement name if there's multiple? Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. And the idea behind approving multiple names is then for staff to go back and work closely with the public agency to determine what that final name is that the public agency selects in partnership with tribes and the community. And so we would then go back and have those conversations with the public agency once they've landed on a final name that's been vetted and approved by this committee. Then we would then notify Caltrans and the other entities that you've identified. So that's the idea behind that process. But any correction?
No, none.
Perfect, that makes sense. So then would it be agendized again at the December meeting? No? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So it's best then to support these recommendations because it gives you the opportunity to go back and work with the county and the cemetery and the tribes. Okay.
And then in this case, the county of Fresno would have that, that list of names to be able to work closely with the cemetery leadership on that. All right, any other questions, either for Deputy Director Fleer or Mr. Rush?
Can I ask just a quick question on Bear Mountain and just the note here on the slide that it was selected by majority vote in a prior community survey? I was just curious. So that was outside of the public meetings is what I'm assuming, if there's just any information on that piece.
Thank you, Cindy. So prior to Assembly Bill 2022, I believe, and I don't know a ton about this because it was before my time here, but there were other efforts to rename, maybe similarly named features or places in the area. And my understanding from the county submittal is that the survey was put out. I don't remember the exact year, but I do recall that it was somewhat recently, though before Assembly Bill 2022, and perhaps the county representative can clarify. But my understanding is the county put out a survey some time ago to solicit names, and the name that was, the majority vote was the name Bear Mountain. But perhaps the county representative can answer that better than I can.
Yes, Mr. Rush, wondering if you have any additional background or clarifications or corrections.
Sure. We had a community meeting. I can't think of the year. It might have been 2021. Whereas the community of Squaw Valley was going to be renamed through either federally or AB 2022, but I don't think it's AB 2022 because it would be on this list right now. I think there was some fear that the community would be changed, so we had a meeting, and if you wanted to keep the name, we had I'm sorry, let me backtrack. We had a meeting. People were wanting to make changes or not change at all. So we decided to send out a unofficial ballot to all the property owners in the Squaw Valley community, going by a census tract. And 87% of them did not want a change of the name. But if they had to change the name, Bear Mountain stood out of all the options provided at our meeting. And if an option was not on the list of like 8 names, what name would you want to change it to? So it's kind of two different things here. There's the community of Squaw Valley. Now there's the road and the cemetery district. At the beginning, it was just the community.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that background. We really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the committee?
Can I just an observation that the Cal Fire Station did receive input from tribes regarding the Bear Mountain designation, and so being that that's the as Cindy pointed out, something that the community voted on, and thank you to the county representative for the details on that. It does seem, I mean, would us selecting that streamline the process for everyone if the vote has already been taken? I don't need it answered.
Yeah,
Just putting it out there.
No, it's an interesting question. Mr. Rush, I'm curious, as the representative of the county, your thoughts on that question.
Or could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, given that you did have a public vote on it and it's a name that has been approved for another feature, the Cal Fire Station nearby, specifically by a tribe for tribal input, would it streamline your process on the county side and the cemetery board's process if we just approved that name, the Bear Mountain Cemetery name?
No, because no, we have a Bear Mountain Library. It sounds like we're going to have a Bear Mountain Fire Station. To have too many Bear Mountains coming from this office or coming from your board, I don't think would be fair, because there are 7 options that people provided for names for the cemetery. None of them came from the cemetery board. It came from residents in the area. I don't want to give a name out for you to vote on at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Amelia?
Yeah, see if I can figure out how to lower my hand. There we go. Just want to clarify I'm understanding the situation correctly. It sounds like if these cluster or group of names, though there are many projected on the screen, if they are recommended for consideration as the name to which that is changed, it sounds like it'll at least in some way streamline what the next steps need to be, meaning that at least there's just a starting point, a jumping off point to go off of. Is that, I suppose that's a question more for the community member, Mr. Rush. Is that how you see this kind of next steps moving forward, is having identified all these? And it sounds like, and perhaps it's a 2-part question, but it sounds like a survey, kind of a survey went out, and you use the word ballot measure, but it sounds like you surveyed the folks in the community residing there.
We physically sent out a ballot.
Okay.
All the households in the area. It had nothing to do with the cemetery at all. This is before we realized what other names were going to be changed after AB 2022 passed. And like I said previously, this is not the county cemetery. All we do is appoint 3 board members. They run the show. We just appoint. If things fail, it's not because the county, it's because of the board members. So they're an independent body from us. So what the cemetery board wants to do should be directed towards them and the community, not through the county, through the board, through the district, through the community. But obviously, with my supervisor, he has a longer reach and more respect than someone who they may not even know who's running the cemetery district itself. But we can be a facilitator for them, for the district, for the cemetery district if needed. But it still comes down to the cemetery district doing what they want to do. Outreach or leave it as is, and face whatever wrath comes their way.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rush. I really appreciate the offer to be the facilitator and help connect with the cemetery. I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
Jim, I see you came off mute. Do you have a question?
Yeah. Public cemetery districts are unique, sort of public entities. And I'm just curious, did we actually make any effort to connect with them, or did they respond at all?
Yeah, of course.
Jim, we did not hear from, so all of everything summarized today comes from the submittals that were sent by the public agencies, in this case, the County of Fresno. We did lean very heavily on our public agencies as well to directly communicate with their community members, in this case, the board members for the cemetery or other pertinent staff. And we didn't receive anything from the county that would indicate that something was coming directly from the board members of the cemetery.
I think we had some initial outreach, just to add to what Megan said, we had some initial outreach to the cemetery, with no response, so.
Okay, but they were reached out to, they just didn't respond.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we still have public comment to go on this, or, right?
Yes, we do, but,
Okay,
last
but I'll
call for
hold
any,
discussion till later.
okay, last call for any questions for, Megan or Mr. Rush from the committee. All right, hearing none. Are there any official or elected representatives from any tribal, federal, state, county, or city governments joining us here today that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 4C? Again, that's any official representatives or elected leaders from tribal, federal, state, county, or city, or other governments joining us here today that would like to provide public comment. All right, hearing none, let's move to public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to provide insight, expertise, and guidance on agenda item 4C, ID number 24-471, SQ Valley Cemetery in the county of Fresno? Any members of the public that would like to provide any public comment? Please use the raise a hand feature that's on the bottom of the screen. Last call for any members of the public who would like to provide public comment on agenda item 4C. Please use the raise the hand feature on the bottom of the screen. All right, hearing none, can open it up to the committee for discussion or any motions on agenda item 4C. Any discussion or motions? Jim, I see you came off mute.
Sure. Yeah, I feel the staff recommendations is solid here, and that obviously this needs to go back to both the cemetery district and the locals. And I think all the 7 options proposed are all valid and allow this group to meet its mandate to address the derogatory name and let the entities figure out amongst the list or come back with something else at their level. So if that's my discussion, if anybody has any other discussion, I can wait to make a motion. Amelia.
Yeah, generally I support what you're saying. My only pause is the name that is someone's personal name. And it
Yeah.
sounds like we may not have enough information at this point in time. So if that could be requested, that would be helpful in making the determination of whether that name is associated with anything derogatory or insulting.
Well,
Mhm.
I think that's the one that is in the recommendation. They've removed that option and saying let's go with the other 7. And as we all know, personal names and putting people in historical context can be often challenging. That people sometimes do good things and sometimes don't do things that we think are as good anymore. But people earn their time. So that's why I'm saying I think the recommendation with the removal of that one option probably is the best, and that allows the district and the county and the residents to come up with something they can support.
All right. Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation for the options of either Friendship Cemetery, Bear Valley Cemetery, Bear Heights Cemetery, Valley Heights Cemetery, Bobcat Highlands Cemetery, Summer Valley Cemetery, and Bear Mountain Cemetery as possible replacement names for SQ Valley Cemetery.
Do we have a second?
A second.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's vote. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, the motion has been approved. Well, thank you all. And Mr. Ratch, again, thank you for joining us and providing that helpful background. We appreciate your time. It is now 12 o'clock. We have on our agenda that an hour lunch break. So we can get some food, sustain ourselves for the rest of the agenda. And so unless there's any discussion, could I get a motion to break for lunch?
All motion.
All right.
Doesn't the
Stephen
chair
motion.
have that authority? I mean, I'm not trying, I know you wield it well.
Well, we got a motion on the table. Is there a
Oh,
second
well,
to
we'll
break
go
for
for it
lunch?
then. Let's go for
All
it.
right. Jim seconds. We won't do a
Absolutely.
roll call. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any against? Okay, so we'll take 1 hour break. We will convene at 1 p.m. Back on this Zoom or in this room. I hope everyone has a tasty lunch and we'll see you in an hour. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I hope you had a very tasty lunch, feeling fueled and hopefully recaffeinated. I know I am. So hope you had a lovely lunch. We're gonna give it maybe 1 or 2 more minutes, and then we'll get started. We're still getting a little settled here in the room. Wow. Yeah, good. Yeah, we need this. Keep refilled, huh? Little breaks.
You have great like photos and graphics on the screen. I don't know if that's Megan or
This or the presentation?
like all of it. It's just so nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would be me.
Photos and maps
I mean,
and
the photos are mine. They were from the like public agencies
really
that I
nice.
put in, but I guess the schematic I took and built from also like prior presentation. I think we had for this at the beginning.
Oh, nice.
I ran with the blue and green theme.
Pretty.
I'm glad to see it. Hear it's appealing.
Yeah, it's really nice. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm just checking to see if we've got the majority of folks here. We got Stephen, Helen, Cindy. Jim, are you here? So Jim, awesome. Amelia. Rebecca, are you here?
I am.
Hi, Rebecca. Welcome
Hello.
back. And we have Elizabeth. All right. We've got everyone here. Well, thanks again for taking some time for a lunch break. I'm gonna call the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names. What's the term? Back to order? Meetings, we're starting the meeting again. Back to order here. So appreciate you all. So we're coming back at 1:07. And would ask if the committee is open to a quick change of the agenda. So we ended on, we motioned and approved agenda item 4C, and that was before lunch. So our agenda now says that we have 5A, but if folks are okay with it, I would like to change the agenda to move to agenda item 6A, because we have a representative from City of Cerritos here in the room, and would like to respect her time. And if folks are okay with that, see some thumbs up.
Yes, great.
Yep. Okay. So then, Justin, if you don't mind moving to agenda item 6A. This is in the County of Los Angeles, ID number 24-74 SQ Valley Way. And the public agency is the City of Cerritos. And we'll hand it off to you, Megan.
Great. Welcome everyone back from lunch. If at any point you need a break to stretch, just let me and Sharon know.
Yes.
All right. 24-074, current name SQ Valley Way, located in the County of Los Angeles. The proposed name that the City of Cerritos proposed as a preferred name is Sun Valley Way. They also provided some alternative names for consideration, which were Deer Valley Way and Sky Valley Way. In addition, you will see, and again, forgive me if I mispronounce this, but I believe it's Hisobit Way. And that was a name that was proposed by the Gabrielino Tongva Indians of their tribal council. And the name represents a village that is located within close proximity. So the city contacted 9 potentially affected tribes, receiving 5 responses. Of those responses, 2 tribes were in favor of the city's methodology for identifying a replacement name. one tribe deferred to other tribes, one tribe declined to comment, and one, being the Gabrielino Topawet Indians, proposed the name, excuse me, High Way. And the city included High Way, the name, in the full list of potential names that were proposed to local residents to vote on, but did not ultimately recommend the name to CACGN for its review, as it didn't rank as highly in the vote that the residents put forth. And the tribes were notified of the proposed names: Sun Valley, Deer Valley, Sky Valley Way, and supported the proposed preferred name. And yeah, we have a couple more slides. Would you skip to the next slide, please, Justin? Thank you. Just a little bit more about some of the public outreach. So after the tribal consultations had concluded, the city held a public meeting on June 10th, 2024, and directly engaged locally impacted residents. The city offered a month-long voting period, as was previously referenced, between June 12th and July 5th for impacted residents to decide upon a preferred name. And then the city council approved the proposed name of Sun Valley Way during a public meeting on July 25th, 2024. And then one more slide, please, Justin. Thank you. This is just a statement from the city's submittal, and potentially we'll hear directly from a representative this one in a second. But the city stated that within the city's roots, with bless you, agriculture, the city of Cerritos values the historical context of its community and strives to preserve the historical context and culture. SQ Valley Way was originally named after a ski resort, as are all of the local streets within this particular residential tract containing SQ Valley Way. And the city sought to preserve this historical context of SQ Valley Way when identifying a potential replacement street name. And that concludes the summary for this particular replacement name.
Well, thank you. We would love to welcome the representative from the city of Cerrito. If you don't mind introducing yourself for the record, and
yes,
please add, correct, or anything else to this presentation. And again, a huge appreciation for you coming and participating in the meeting, and for all of your help throughout this renaming process. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kristen Aguila. I am the Director of Community Development with the City of Cerritos. I thank each of you for your time today and for your dedication and commitment to serving the residents of the state of California in ensuring the proper implementation of Assembly Bill 2022. It honestly has been the city's pleasure in working with the California Natural Resources Agency staff over the past year. The city of Cerritos is a 9 square mile city. We're located in Southeast Los Angeles County, incorporated in 1956. Cerritos is a close-knit community of diverse and active residents who very much take pride in the history of the community. I come before you today to discuss one public residential street, as mentioned by Megan, SQ Valley Way, located within a residential neighborhood tract in Cerritos. That residential tract is comprised of 62 residential properties and 6 residential streets. All those residential streets are named after ski resorts and have been since its inception in the 1950s. Along SQ Valley Way exists 27 homes. So in conformance with Assembly Bill 2022 requirements and in very, I would just say, robust consultation and collaboration with California Natural Resources staff, we've worked diligently, and as I mentioned, in collaboration with the staff, 9 California Native tribes, and with all residential property owners who reside on that street, and as well as with within the residential tract. And that was really in an effort to solicit as much public input as we can from all entities, tribe, property owners, and your staff. These efforts included multiple letters, multiple email correspondence, and phone calls over a comprehensive 3-month process. And I would attribute, as Megan said, we did hear back from tribes, and I would attribute that significantly to our very, very proactive efforts in really consulting with the tribes. And so during the tribal consultation, the city informed tribes of its intent to distribute a ballot where those 27 property owners on that street would vote as a means for selecting the replacement street name. Through tribal consultation, the city did receive general support from the responsive tribes for that methodology. Let's put together a list of potential options. Let's take any and all input from the tribes, include that on that list. And we did receive support from those tribes to, yes, include Yesabit Way on the list of potential options during voting. And then in addition, one tribe, as Megan mentioned, did ask the city to include Yesabit Way on that ballot. And so we did. We included it on that ballot, and we informed all residents of why that name was added to the ballot. And the tribe all the tribes, but including the one who suggested the alternative name, they were all supportive of using the historical context in selecting that replacement street name. And then so as such, over the course of several weeks, the city held community meetings. We mailed ballots to those property owners with potential replacement street names. And that did include Yesabit Way. And then we also canvassed the neighborhood. And that was in an effort to ensure, hey, residents, look, let's do this together and in collaboration. At the conclusion of the voting period, the city of Cerritos successfully received 24 out of the 27 ballots back. And so a participation rate of 88%. So we're very proud of that. And then as a result of the ballot process, the preferred and selected replacement street name was Sun Valley Way. Sun Valley Way is indeed a ski resort and therefore preserves the historical intent and context of the geographic area, similar to other streets in that neighborhood. As such, and in light of comprehensive efforts to consult with the tribes and diplomatically pursue due process for selecting a replacement name, on July 25th, the Cerritos City Council adopted a resolution formally selecting Sun Valley Way as the replacement name. Following this adoption on July 25th by the Cerritos City Council, the city did send electronic correspondence to all tribes to inform the tribes that the City Council did adopt on July 25th a resolution selecting Sun Valley Way. In response, the city did not receive any response from any of the tribes after they were informed that Sun Valley Way was selected by the community at large. Through this process, the city has maintained transparency and has in good faith consulted with tribes at the request of the respective tribe, including the reference street name on the voting ballots for consideration by the community. The city very much understands the importance of and supports the renaming of SQ Valley Way, but respectfully requests that the committee approve the replacement with the community selected City Council adopted replacement street name Sun Valley Way in lieu of the staff recommended Yesabit Way. Selecting Sun Valley Way is consistent with the guidelines of Assembly Bill 2022 and preserving the historical context of the residential tract and the city of Cerritos. This concludes my remark. I thank you for your time today, and in advance, thank you for your consideration of selecting Sun Valley Way. With appreciation, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee, either of Megan or the city's representative? Stephen, I see you came off mute.
Yeah, I was trying to formulate my question. Could you just go back a few slides? Justin, I think Megan had a staff recommendation in there. One more slide. Okay, perfect. Can I ask for the two tribes it says two tribes were in favor of the city's methodology. Was that prior to the city proposing the name of Sun Valley? Is that just when this process was laid out on the front end? Do you know, Megan?
This may be like a directed question for our representative, but as far as I understand, yes, that was, it sounded like tribes had worked with the city and were generally supportive of that process to send the ballot out, and simply requested to have the name Yes of It included on that ballot. But if you want, I can step aside and we can let our representative speak directly to it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Megan. So in all correspondence with tribes, we very clearly outlined our process. And so at initial letter, we informed of the tribes of our intent to select potential replacement names in line with the historical context, and laid out what we're calling the city's methodology for selecting the replacement name. So that really throughout the whole process, once we went to vote, we mailed letters to the tribes and emails as well. Once the city council, or excuse me, once the ballots were counted, we sent another correspondence to the tribe to let them know kind of where we're at. Once we went to city council in July, same thing. And then as I mentioned in my public comment, that following the selection, or we'll just say the council approval of Sun Valley Way, we did also notify the tribes of that selection.
You said there was no response to that notification, even from the tribe that proposed the name?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have one question before you head out.
Just take it.
Thanks. I'm just curious, have you had any other discussions either with the tribes or within the staff about the potential to name other facilities or locations or features within the city to recognize the Gabrielino Otoño cultural history?
At this time, no, due to, I know I started saying, you know, it's been a comprehensive efforts over a year, but that year went by very quickly because of the requirements under the legislation. And so we consistently are in communication with, I'd say, really 5 out of the 9 tribes who have interest in the city of Cerritos for all projects. And I also credit that response from the tribes to that partnership that the city of Cerritos has built over, you know, I'll really say about the past 10 years. And so it's not to say that we couldn't here in the future, but we engage tribes in every project, not because we're required to, but because, you know, we appreciate that partnership with the tribes.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer.
Have a point of clarification.
Yeah, of course.
I wanted to ask, or clarify, I guess, that the tribe who proposed the name, did they know that they were proposing something that would be put on a ballot to the residents?
Yes, absolutely. And we followed up with a call as well to confirm their understanding that it would be on the ballot for the 27 property owners and receive their approval to do so.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? All right, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. All right, so then we will open it up for any comments from elected leaders or official representatives of any governments, tribal, federal, state, county, or city governments. And if you're joining us online, please use the raise the hand feature that is in the bottom of your screen. Again, this is an invitation for any elected or official representatives of any governments. Do you have any public comment? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any members of the public who would like to provide any public comment? Please feel free to use the raise the hand feature at the bottom of the screen. Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none, we'll open it up to committee discussion and or motion. Jim, I see you unmuted.
Sure. As a guy who does a lot of local and neighborhood history, I really appreciate, you know, understanding the context, in this case, a subdivision, you know, where that context is at. And then was very pleased to hear about the city's approach and their comprehensive way of trying to address input on this. So, I mean, I appreciate the staff recommendation and the overall intent, of this legislation, but I think in this particular case, I'm really wanting to go with where the local community and the city has gone on this, and concur that Sun Valley Way would be the appropriate recommendation, in that it addresses the overall intent of removing the derogatory name and allowing the community to openly participate in the decision on what that street name should be, fitting to the context of that neighborhood's history. And I'll just say that my question to the city staff there was about the fact that it sounds like they do have a fairly well organized consultation program that would hopefully allow the continued work with the tribes to determine if there's other features or locations, a place where they can really enhance and interpret the Gabrielino Tongva history of that area. So I would be leaning towards just going ahead and recommending that we propose the Sun Valley Way as the replacement name. So I'm opening that to further discussion.
Thank you, Jen. Any other discussion? Yeah.
Thank you. Jim, I appreciate that very elegant way of describing the position. I concur. It's very clear that the community worked really closely with the tribes and had support for the process. And I think the tribe proposing that specific name, knowing that they were going to put it into the bin of options, and not saying this is what we want it to be named. I mean, that sort of makes it an easier choice. And I appreciate that you have that level of detail to share with us. Yeah.
Any other discussion? Yeah,
Yeah,
Stephen.
just to echo the other committee members, I think the city, want to applaud the city for the transparent process, and then also just to flag as well the two other tribes that, although they didn't submit the name, that were in favor of the methodology, kind of, I think, echoes the transparent method the city went along. So that's all.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I appreciate the methodology that they went about it. They include the tribes, they work together, they collaborated, and they have a process documented that at the end they selected, what the community wanted. So I applaud them as well.
I will just add to that as well. I think that it was very appreciative of what the city has done in terms of the outreach and engagement, and really working closely with the community and the tribes in the area. I agree. I think it sounded very transparent. Important point about the documentation. And I would just say, I think echoing maybe what Jim had said, if there is an opportunity in the future to bring this name into another feature in the city, I think that would be very important, just to honor the fact that it was proposed, and would just be great to build it into the community at large. So.
All right. Any other discussion? Does anyone have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we recommend the naming of Sun Valley Way in replacement of SQ Valley Way.
All right. If I could do a friendly amendment to your motion,
Yes.
could it be motion to approve Sun Valley Way?
Motion to approve Sun Valley Way in replacement of SQ Valley Way. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? No? All right. So Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
And Amelia?
Aye.
All right. Thank you so much. Motion is approved. Thank you so much for coming up and joining us for this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Make her
Safe travels
plain.
home. Travels. Yes. Can't miss the flight. Yes. Thank you again. All right, so now we're gonna go back to agenda item 5A. And this is in the county of Humboldt. And the public agency is the Humboldt County Department of Public Works. This is ID number 24-188 SQ Creek Bridge. Again, this is agenda item 5A. And hand it off to you, Megan.
Okay. Thank you. SQ Creek Bridge located within Humboldt County. The public agency is the Humboldt County Department of Public Works. This is one of the names that I'm fairly confident I might mistake, so please forgive me. The proposed name I'm going to say is Dulau Cotton. If at some point someone knows how to correctly pronounce that, I really want to learn. But in this case, the county contacted 3 potentially affected tribes, receiving 2 responses. The proposed name was recommended by the Wiyot tribe. In addition, the Bear River Band of Runnerville Rancheria concurred with the Wiyot tribe's recommendation. Public outreach for this proposed replacement name occurred when the Board of Supervisors approved the name during an open public meeting on July 23rd, 2024. And the submittal said that no comments were received. Other notes, the bridge is located on Wiyot ancestral lands, and the name proposed by the Wiyot is the original Solotok, which is in the Wiyot language, name for the area of Fieldbrook, the historical place name. And those are all the notes that we have for this proposal.
Thanks. Thank you. Do we have a representative from Humboldt County Department of Public Works joining us here today? And if so, please use the raise the hand feature at the bottom of the screen. Again, this is a representative from Humboldt County Department of Public Works. Is anyone joining us here today? All right, hearing none. Does the committee have any questions on this proposal?
No.
No? Okay, then we'll open it up for elected leaders and official representatives of governments. Again, that's tribal, federal, state, county, or city. Do we have any elected leaders or official representatives of any governments joining us here today? I'd like to provide public comment. If so, please use the raise the hand feature at the bottom of the screen. Last call for government leaders. All right, hearing none, do we have any public comment on agenda item 5A, ID number 24-188, SQ Creek Bridge in Humboldt County? Any members of the public that'd like to provide public comment? If so, use the raise the hand feature at the bottom of the screen. Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none. Does any committee discussion or motions on agenda item 5A?
I motion to approve to remove the SQ Creek name to the proposed name that I don't know that I want to spell out. So, yeah,
So-
motion to approve.
Helen motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Stephen second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All right, Stephen, how do you vote? I'm gonna assume yes. Oh, we had an audio.
Apologies for the audio. Aye.
All right, Helen,
Aye.
Cindy,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Rebecca,
Aye.
Elizabeth,
Aye.
and Amelia.
Aye.
All right, motion has been approved. All right, so now we are moving to agenda item 7A. This is ID number 24-88 with S Creek Road in the county of Placer. And the public agency is the county. So agenda item 7A. And hand it off to you, Megan.
Right. SQ Creek Road, the County of Placer has proposed Resort Road. So a few notes on this proposal. The county began its overall renaming efforts in 2021, following discussions to rename the larger SQ Valley Alpine Meadows Ski Resort to Palisades Tahoe. And Resort Road was adopted by the county in the spring of 2023. For public outreach, public involvement was included via town hall meetings, planning commission, and board of supervisors approval. And it was all done according to the county's road naming policy. The county performed outreach, solicited alternative names, and vetted the alternative names through their emergency response review. Next slide, please, Justin. And then on the note of tribal consultation, the county performed prior tribal outreach and consultations between 2022 and 2024. The county did send a follow-up letter on June 5th of this year, 2024, to 6 potentially affected tribes. And the county, out of the prior consultation efforts, indicated that it has primarily coordinated with the Washoe tribe to date. So I guess just in summary, these and the other proposals that have been submitted via Placer County all involve some prior efforts that began, on or around the approval of Assembly Bill 2022.
All right. Thank you. Do we have any representatives from the County of Placer joining us here today? If so, please use the raise the hand feature at the bottom of the screen.
I've got a couple raised hands here. Michelle Lewis, I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Hi, yes, I'm Michelle Lewis, Deputy Director of Engineering and Surveying, and it's my staff that has been involved in the renaming effort and following the policies of the county. I will ask that Ben Bardakian, who's our county surveyor, talk about the process.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Lewis.
I see Ben. I'm going to allow him to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. Ben Bardakian, County Surveyor within Engineering and Survey Division of the Community Development Resource Agency with Placer County. Megan described it fairly accurately. I really appreciate that depth of discussion, Megan. The Placer County began their road renaming efforts in mid-2021. And that included multiple town halls, municipal advisory committee meetings, and ultimately planning commission and board of supervisors solicitation and recommendation of approval to rename a number of publicly maintained roads and privately maintained roads within the Olympic Valley area of Placer County. On February 22, 2022, the Board of Supervisors approved the renaming of the public road names that contained the offensive term. And I'll point out that item on today's agenda, item 7C, which is SQ Valley Road, was one of the names that the Board of Supervisors approved in the resolution to change the public road name. With that resolution to approve, it included the authority to and instruction to rename the privately maintained roads within the same area. The privately maintained roads within that same area and within Placer County in general are subject to the road naming policy that is present in Placer County. And that road naming policy includes the obligation to ballot the property owners and residents on that private road to solicit road names to replace the road that is sought to be removed. These balloting efforts included item 7A, SQ Creek, item 7B, SQ Loop, and item 7D, SQ Summit. So those processes began immediately after the board approved the change of names of the publicly maintained roads in February 22, 2022, and concluded as AB 2022 was being implemented. So we had already corrected the 2 private road names, and we're in the process of correcting the remaining 2 private road names when AB 2022 was made effective. So we included the some of the names, all 6 names, within communication to the tribes earlier this year and year prior in 2022, 2023, and had not received any comments or objections. I might also add that during the run-up to the Board of Supervisors approval of the road name removal, concerted efforts were undertaken with the Washoe tribe, the local tribe of the area, to consider any other feedback that they wanted to have. Additionally, as Megan indicated, the communication was sent documenting effectively Placer County's commitment to the effort to remove the offensive term and install appropriate names both on publicly maintained roads and privately maintained roads within the area, and to date have not received any responses to those communications. So I know that we're talking about 7A, but I wanted to make clear to the committee and the group that it is a collective effort that Placer County has undertaken in the last 3 years, darn near 4 years, to appropriately remove, the SQ term. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you so much. And just want to say a huge, want to thank you for the county's leadership in this space and being so proactive. Sounds like that you all have been doing work before the law was even passed and signed. So thank you to your personal time and expertise on this, but then also the county's leadership in that space. I'm wondering if the committee has any questions for any of the county representatives or for Megan. Seeing some head nods.
Yeah, if I can ask
No?
a quick question.
Yeah, of course.
In the staff notes, it says the county has primarily coordinated with the Washoe tribe today. Benjamin, do you know, did the Washoe tribe respond to this specific proposed name? Was there any support, neutral, any comments on the proposed name?
Yeah, it didn't share any response, on the resort name or any of the other names as well. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? No? Okay, so we are on agenda item 7A. Do we have any elected leaders or any official representatives of any governments, tribal, federal, state, county, or city, joining us here today that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 7A? If so, please use the raise the hand feature. Again, elected leaders or official representatives of any governments. Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none. Are there any members of the public that would like to provide any public comment on agenda item 7A? ID number 24-88 on SQ Creek Road in the county of Placer. Last call for public comment. Hearing none. Any committee discussion on this agenda item? Again, 7A. Or any motions?
I'll make a motion to approve the name Resort Road to replace SQ Creek Road in Placer County.
Okay, there's been a motion. Any second?
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ellen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right. Motion has been approved. So now we'll move to agenda item 7B, ID number 24-89 SQ Loop Road, again in the county of Placer, and proposed name of Snowfall Loop Road. So Megan?
Okay, so I think our county representative covered a fair portion of what we may also see for this and the other names, so I may skip a couple of the bullet points, but please let me know if anything needs to be reiterated. For this particular road, SQ Loop Road, the county's proposed replacement name is Snowfall Loop Road. And this name was adopted by the county in the summer of this year, 2024. And in addition, the county solicited alternative and preferred names via 2 ballots that were sent out in November of 2023, and then again in February of this year, 2024, to reach consensus amongst the private property owners located on this road. Next slide, please, Justin. Thank you. I think this is the same, just the county has conducted prior outreach between 2022 and 2024, and then again sent communications out in June of this year to those potentially affected tribes to just let them know what the replacement names were. And as Ben had said, and please correct me if I'm wrong, they have not received any responses to date on the replaced names or the proposals. And that's all I have for this.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle or Ben, did you have anything you wanted to add on behalf of the county to this presentation? Or any other representatives from the county? Looks like we have one hand raised. Justin, would you mind unmuting our representative?
Ben, I'm allowing you to speak.
Very good. Thank you so much. No, I wanted to answer. No, I don't have any additional information on Snowfall Loop Road, and have not received any outreach from the Washoe tribe.
All right. Any questions for either Megan or Ben? All right. Seeing none, let's move to any elected leader or official representative comments from any governments, tribal, federal, state, county, or city. Last call for any elected leader public comments. All right, hearing none, do we have any members of the public joining us? This is agenda item 7B, ID number 24-89, SQ Loop Road to Snowfall Loop Road in Placer County. Do you have any members of the public that have any public comments they'd like to share? If so, please use the raise a hand feature on the bottom of the screen. Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none. Do we have any committee discussion on agenda item 7B? Hearing none. Do we any interest in a motion?
Motion to approve naming proposal ID for number 2489 from SQ Loop Road to Snowfall Loop Road.
All
I'll
right. So
second.
Steve, Stephen motion. I think that was Jim. You second?
A second, yeah.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Your mic really doesn't like to pick up the I. Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, motion has been approved. We'll now go to agenda item 7C. ID number 24-1000 SQ Valley Road in the counter of Placer. And to Olympic Valley Road. Megan, we'll hand it off to you.
Sure. In an effort to not repeat too much, I'm going to maybe broadly state same tribal consultation, same public outreach process. I think the two additional notes I had for this particular name proposal were that there was precedent for this name of Olympic Valley as the local post office changed its name to Olympic Valley Post Office in 1960. My understanding was that that was followed by maybe some other buildings or operations within the area. And the name Olympic Valley Road was adopted by the county on February 22nd, 2022.
All right, thank you. Ben or any other representatives from the county, anything to add to agenda items 7C?
Got a hand raised from Michelle Lewis, allowing her to speak.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi. Yeah, I don't have much to add. I just wanted to thank this committee and all the efforts that they're going through to change the names and just recognize the efforts that the county had gone through in advance of this process, and just thank you for recognizing that and for so perfectly portraying that. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I know we're very lucky to have Megan.
Yes.
All right, anything else? And also very lucky to have the county doing all this hard work and reviewing and evaluating these name changes. So thank you, Michelle, Ben, and the rest of your colleagues and all the hard work you've been doing. All right, any questions from the committee? No, here none. Okay, so then let's do we have any elected leaders or official representatives from any governments that'd like to provide public comment here today on agenda item 7C? Last call for elected leaders. All right, hearing none. Is there any members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 7C? If so, please use the raise the hand feature at the bottom of the screen. Any members of the public? Last call. All right, hearing none. Any committee discussion on agenda item 7C? No? And do we have a motion on agenda item 7C?
I motion to approve Olympic Valley Road to replace the SQ Valley Road.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Elizabeth beat ya.
Don't have a mute button.
Yeah, but thank you. All right, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Okay, Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
We got that one. Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, motion's been approved. We'll now go to agenda item 7D, ID number 24-1001, SQ Summit Road to Summit Peak Road. Megan, we'll hand it off to you.
Thanks. And Justin, if you wouldn't mind just going to the last slide, number 34, to round it off. Everything else is the same. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, so just, I'll reiterate, same public comment process, same tribal consultation. And this, the proposed replacement name for SQ Summit Road is Summit Peak Road. And that was adopted by the county in the summer of 2021. Everything else is the same as the other cases.
Okay. Michelle or Ben, anything to add on behalf of the county for agenda item 7D?
And I'm allowing you to speak now.
Thank you very much. No additional ads. Thank you.
Thank you. Any committee questions on agenda item 7D? No? Okay. Is there any public comment from elected leaders or official representatives of any governments? Tribal, federal, state, county, or city leaders on agenda item 7D? Last call for elected leader public comment. Hearing none. Do we have any members of the public who would like to provide public comment on agenda item 7D? ID number 24-1001 SQ Summit Road to Summit Peak Road. Any members of the public that'd like to provide public comment? Please use the raise the hand feature at the bottom of the screen. Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none. Any committee discussion on agenda item 7D? No, we're hitting our groove, I can tell.
These are easy.
Yeah, all right. Anyone have a motion on agenda item 7D? Steven.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve name ID 241001 from SQ Summit Road to the proposed name of Summit Peak Road.
Thank you, Steven. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jim. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Steven, how do you vote?
Aye.
I'm gonna, aye. Helen? Aye. Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, motion's been approved. Again, thank you so much, Michelle and Ben, for joining us here today and for all of your work on this renaming effort for the county. Okay, so now we're going to move on to agenda item 8A. This was, we're moving to the names that are in the county of Riverside. Agenda item 8A, ID number 24-7, SQ Mountain Road. And have a few proposed names here. Hulu Vu, Kutpat, Wula Kwala, Paula Shaw as the recommended replacement names, and apologize if I mispronounced any of those proposed replacement names. Hand it off to you, Megan.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. So the County of Riverside contacted 14 potentially affected tribes and received responses from 8. Responses included the following, they're summarized on the slide there. So 3 of the responses from the tribes supported the proposed names, and those were the Saboba Band of Luiseno Indians, the Cahuilla Band of Mission Indians, and the Pala Band of Mission Indians. And then 5 of the responses were deferrals to the Cahuilla Band of Indians, Pachanga, or other tribes. And the county met with the 3 supporting tribes on May 15th to develop the preferred replacement names. And then again on June 6th to finalize the list and preferred priority of alternatives. Next slide, please, Justin. Thank you. And then just some context for the names that were proposed. So Holvul or Hulful, apologies if it's incorrect, is the Luiseno name for sagebrush, which grows abundantly in the region. Kootpat, Ulakla, and Paashal are the Lusania names for elderberry, buckwheat, and chia, respectively. And there was no public outreach that was listed in the county submittal. And that concludes my notes for this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a representative from the County of the Riverside Transportation Department? Or anyone representing the County of Riverside who would like to add to this presentation?
A hand
I see
raised.
we have-
Dave, I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Hi, this is Dave McMillan, County Surveyor. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome, Dave. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. So I'm here to answer any questions that you guys may have for me.
Thank you. Anything to add to the presentation?
One thing that I will add is that, through the process, we wanted to get the names, the proposed names kind of identified. And then our public outreach will happen when this goes to the Board of Supervisors. So a street name change for the county, has to be adopted by the board. And there is public outreach. There's a public hearing component of that where the public has a chance to speak. So we'll be able to handle the public outreach at that time and inform the public on what we're doing and why we're doing this and all that information.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, any questions from the committee, either for Megan or Dave on agenda item 8A?
One quick question for Megan. Looking on the agenda for the staff recommendation, it looks like it has all 4 possible replacement names. And just to make sure I'm looking at it correctly on the slide on the screen, are those all, it's not just the first one, it's the proposed and the other 3 are alternates. They're all approved as possible recommendations, correct?
So, correct, the staff recommendation was that the committee could approve all 4. Of course, some of the other options would be to approve one or several to disapprove, defer. In this case, the county submittal, and Dave, please correct me if I'm wrong, put the name Holville first. In our submittals, we kind of had 2 different slots or entries for the first proposed name and then alternates. And so Kootpat, Wulakla, and Paashal were all indicated as alternates.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Jim, I see you came off mute, but I wasn't sure if you had a question. Nope, okay. All right, so hearing none, we'll move to elected leaders or official representatives of any tribal, federal, state, county, or city governments. If you have a comment, please raise your hand. Again, do we have any official representatives from any governments, whether that be tribal, federal, state, county, or city, that'd like to provide any public comment on agenda item 8A? All right, hearing none. Do we have any members of the public that would like to provide any public comment on agenda item 8A, ID 24-7, SQ Mountain Road in Riverside County? Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none. Do we have any committee discussion on agenda item 8A? No discussion? All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion for approving all 4 proposed names for ID 24-7 for SQ Mountain Road to all 4 proposed names. to be eligible for replacing the proposed SQ Mountain Road.
I'll
Do we have a
second.
second? Amelia seconds. Any discussion on the motion? All right. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Helen?
I think it's a
Aye.
delay from when I come off mute.
I think so. Cindy?
Aye.
Okay. Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
And Amelia?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you. Motion has been approved. All right, so now we'll go to agenda item 8B. ID number 24-8 SQ Peak Road in the county of Riverside.
Okay, 24-008, current name SQ Peak Court. The proposed names from the county of Riverside for this place, for this road, excuse me, are Puwish, Tuket, and Tuchel. And this is the same consultation process, so you'll see the county contacted 14 potentially affected tribes, received responses from 8. 3 support the proposed names, 5 deferred. Some additional notes on this. The county met again with the 3 supporting tribes on May 15th to develop the preferred replacement names, and then again on June 6th to finalize the list. The Pala and Soboba Band of Mission Indians deferred to the Cahuilla Band of Mission Indians due to the proximity of the road to the entrance of the Cahuilla Reservation. Next slide, please, Justin. Thank you. The Cahuilla Band of Mission Indians suggested the name Puwish, which means roadrunner, and is based on the history of the area. Tuket and Tuchel are also Cahuilla words for bobcat and hummingbird, respectively. The tribes wish for the names to be considered in order of preference as listed. And I guess similarly, not to speak for you, Dave, but it sounds like the county will be conducting public outreach after the committee votes on names through their regular approval process.
All right, thank you. Dave or anyone from the county, anything to add to this presentation?
Dave, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Thank you. Dave McMillan, County Surveyor again. Yes, Megan, yeah, you're correct. We will be conducting the public outreach at a later time after getting through this process, which is very it was cool to be part of. I think it really kind of taught me a lot about the county in general, and the residents, the people, the tribal nations. It was really a unique experience, and one that I don't know if we'll ever get a chance to do something like this again. So but happy to see it moving forward. It was a journey, but it was a good one.
Well, thank you, Dave, and we really appreciate your leadership on this work on behalf of the county. So thank you for everything that you've done throughout this renaming process. Any questions for Megan or Dave? Hearing none. All right. Do we have any representatives from any governments joining us here today? Tribal, federal, state, county, city that would like to provide public comment? Last call for elected leader public comment. Hearing none. Do we have any members of the public? This is agenda item 8B, ID number 24-8. Any members of the public that would like to provide public comment? Hearing none. Any committee discussion on agenda item 8B? All right, any motions?
I'll motion that we approve the suggested names Puish, Tuket, and Tuchil as possible replacements for SQP Court.
All right, do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Helen. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, motion approved. Thank you. So now we'll go to agenda item 8C, ID number 24-9 SQ Valley Drive in the county of Riverside with the city of Menifee as the public agency. Megan, we'll hand it off to you.
Thank you, Chair. So for this case, the city proposed the name Olympic Valley Drive and provided an alternate, some alternative names of Sun Valley Drive. And then we have also added Winnetka Drive, which I'll get to in just a second. So the city contacted 14 potentially affected tribes, received responses from 5. Of those responses, 2, including the Pechanga and Soboba tribes, deferred to the community. 2 tribes deferred to Pechanga or the Luiseno tribes, and 1 tribe, the Morago Band of Mission Indians, proposed the name Munipka, which is in the Serrano language, on July 25th, which occurred after the city's requested response deadline and public workshops. For the public outreach for this case, the city conducted outreach via written communications, FAQs, informal engagement workshops, and also during the city council's public hearings. And those are all of the notes that I have for this particular case.
Thank you. And do we have a representative from the city of Menifee who is joining us here today?
Got a hand raised. Laura, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Actually, it's Craig Carlson.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're labeled.
All right, Laura, sorry, Laura couldn't make it today. Megan, first of all, I appreciate CACGN's the process that's been established in addressing the situation with the S Valley street name located here in Menifee. The process, Megan covered it very well. The process was kind of dated, meaning that we received the 3 proposed street names on very different times. The original name that we came up with was Sun Valley Drive. That was approved by staff and city manager on June 4th. July 25th, we received from Mr. Levinson from the Morongo Valley, July 25th on the Manipka. And then during our public hearing at city council meeting on August the 7th, another resident requested Olympic Valley Drive. So we've almost covered almost a 6-7 month process in trying to establish the names here. And hopefully that the CACGN will come to a decision on selecting the appropriate name for the area. That's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you so much, Craig. Does the committee have any questions for either Megan or Craig?
Question for Craig.
Sure.
It sounded, Craig, as though you were asking us to choose a name. Is that the correct interpretation of what you said, or are you just asking us to approve the suite of names that is proposed?
Just to approve the suite of names that
Okay.
we have provided to the committee.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Are there any elected or official representatives of any governments that would like to speak on agenda item 8C for the city of Menifee? Again, this is elected or official representatives of any governments, tribal, federal, state, county, city. Last call. All right, are there any members of the public that would like to speak on agenda item 8C? ID number 24-9 SQ Valley Drive in the city of Memphis. Any members of the public that would like to provide public comment? Please use the raise the hand feature in the bottom of the screen. Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none. Do we have any committee discussion on agenda item 8C? No? Feeling good? Okay. Is there a motion on agenda item 8C?
I motion to approve the suite of names, including Olympic Valley Drive, Sun Valley Drive, and Munica Drive to replace SQ Valley Drive.
I'll
Okay.
second.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Okay, and Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ellen?
Aye.
Cindy? I think you're on mute.
Yes, I am. Sorry about that. I-
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, motion approved. Thank you so much, Craig, for joining us here today and all
Thank
of your
you.
hard work on this. Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, so next agenda item is 9A. ID number 24-6, Little SQ Court. This is in the county of Sacramento, and the city of Citrus Heights is our public agency that's been doing the work on this one. Megan.
Thank you, Chair. The city proposed to rename Little SQ Court with either Little Bear Court or Little Fox Court. For the tribal consultation for this case, the city contacted 7 potentially affected tribes and did not receive any responses. The city sent a letter on March 8th and also followed up via email on May 7th. The Shingle Springs Band of Miwok requested consultation initially and indicated they would discuss replacement names internally, but did not respond to the city after the initial consultation on June 5th. I guess to add, it's not on the slide here, but for this particular case, I myself did also reach out to the 7 potentially affected tribes on the list and didn't receive any definitive responses either way. Some other notes. The residents developed names that they thought would honor tribes, and public outreach included the city reaching out to all 9 properties and conversing with several property owners to solicit feedback and suggested replacement names. And that concludes the presentation for this case.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have a representative from the city of Citrus Heights joining us here today to add to this presentation on agenda item 9A? Any representatives from the city of Citrus Heights joining us today? Okay, hearing none. Any committee questions for Megan?
I have a just clarifying question. It says Shingle Springs requested consultation, but did not respond to the city after the initial consultation on June 5th. So did the city held a consultation with Shingle Springs on June 5th where they discussed it, and then after the June 5th first consultation, there was never a subsequent follow-up?
That is my understanding based on the submittal that the city sent to us.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, do we have any elected leaders or official representatives of any governments that would like to provide public comment? Tribal, federal, state, city, county? Last call for elected leaders. Hearing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 9A, ID number 24-6, Little SQ Court in City of Citrus Heights? Do we have any members of the public that'd like to provide public comment? Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none, do we have any committee discussion on agenda item 9A? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll push a motion forward on item 24-6 that we approve Little Bear Court and Little Fox Court as possible replacements for Little SQ Court.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Stephen. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ellen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, motion's been approved. So now we'll go to agenda item 9B, ID number 24-11 SQ Valley Way. This is in the County of Sacramento, and the public agency is the County of Sacramento. Megan, I'll hand it off to you.
Thank you, Chair. The County of Sacramento proposed to rename SQ Valley Way with River Valley Way, Valley Creek Way, and Sweetgrass Way. The county contacted 7 potentially affected tribes, did not receive responses from any of them. The county did attempt multiple methods of outreach, emails, letters, and throughout February and April. Public outreach for this case included the county holding a meeting on July 10th, 2024, and residents in attendance support the name change. A few notes for this proposal: the existing street is located in a subdivision housing development that was built in the 1960s. The surrounding streets currently are named after California rivers and places, and the proposed names retain the neighborhood street naming theme or context, if you will. And that concludes my presentation for this case.
All right, thank you. Do we have a representative from the County of Sacramento that would like to share about agenda item 9B in the presentation? Any representative from the County of Sacramento? All right, hearing none. Any questions from the committee for Megan on agenda item 9B? All right, do we have any comments from elected leaders or official representatives from any governments, tribal, federal, state, county, city? So I'd like to talk about agenda item 9B. Last call for elected leaders. All right, hearing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to talk about agenda item 9B? This is ID number 24-11, SQ Valley Way, that is found in the County of Sacramento. Any members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 9B? Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none. Do we have any discussion from the committee on agenda item 9B? No? All right, do we have a motion on agenda item 9B?
I'll make a motion for ID number 24-11 to approve the proposed names of River Valley Way, Valley Creek Way, and Sweetgrass Way as possible replacement names for SQ Valley Way.
Thank you, Stephen. Any, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Rebecca,
Aye.
Elizabeth,
Aye.
Amelia.
Aye.
All right, motion's been approved. So now we will go to agenda item 10A. And that is ID number 24-84 SQ Valley Lane, and this is in the county of San Bernardino with the public agency of the city of Victorville. Megan?
Thank you. The city of Victorville proposed to rename SQ Valley Lane with Chuckwalla Lane. For tribal consultation, the city contacted 6 potentially affected tribes, receiving responses from 4. Of those responses, 2 tribes, the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians and the San Fernando Band of Mission Indians, support the proposed name. 1 tribe deferred to other tribes, and 1 tribe, the Morongo Band of Mission Indians, responded after the city's decision on July 10th, 2024, and the proposed name from that tribe was Parton, Parton Kayach Lane, which is Serrano and means Bighorn Sheep Lane in English. For public outreach, the city reached out to all 29 residents impacted by the street name change and held a public hearing on July 10th. Next slide, please, Justin. Thank you. A few notes. The San Manuel Band of Mission Indians proposed Chuckwalla based on input received from the tribe's Cultural Advisory Working Group. Chuckwalla are an indigenous species to the area. And lastly, the city staff located literature as well in the Journal of California Anthropology, noting that Chuckwalla was a traditional source of food. That concludes the notes I have for this name proposal.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a representative from the city of Victorville that would like to add anything to this presentation?
I've got a hand raised from Daisy. I'm allowing her to speak now.
Hi there, Daisy Kawasaki from the city of Victorville. Just if I could add one additional note, the noticing that occurred to all the tribes, we included additional noticing when we were taking the item forward to our planning commission hearing. And the tribe that had proposed the additional street name after the noticing period had ended, or rather the consultation period had ended, ultimately agreed with utilizing Chuckwalla Lane as well. So the item was approved by our planning commission. We have updated the street name signs for the resident, and we have additionally performed a track map correction to reflect this as well. That's all I wanted to add, and I'm available for any additional questions you may all have for me.
Thank you so much, Daisy, for that additional insight and for all of your work and your colleagues' work on this renaming effort.
Thank you.
Does anyone on the committee have any questions for Megan or Daisy? Nope, hearing none. Okay. Do we have any elected leaders or official representatives on behalf of the government joining us here today? Tribal, federal, state, county, or city? I would like to talk on agenda item 10A. Last call for official representatives of a government. Any public comments? Hearing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on agenda item 10A, ID number 24-89, SQ Valley Lane?
Got a public comment from Alexandria. Allow her to speak now.
Hi, Alexandria. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Can.
Wonderful.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandra McCleary. I'm the Director of the Cultural Resources Management Department for the Yahavitam of Salmonwell Nation, also known as the Salmonwell Band of Mission Indians. Salmonwell has been engaged in the process of identifying replacements for 3 names within its ancestral territory since September of 2023, including those now tracked as ID number 2484 that we're discussing right now. We've worked closely this year with the city of Victorville and pleased that the names are provided by Salmonwell have been submitted as a proposed replacement name by the city of Victorville, and specifically here Chuckwalla Lane. The name was selected by Salmonwell's Cultural Advisory Working Group with the support of tribal leadership and conforms with the intent of AB 2022 to provide replacement names that honor and recognize the tribes and cultures specific to these regions. And I'd just like to thank the Council and Deputy Secretary Thompson for the opportunity to provide comment on this proposed replacement name, and hope you will help communicate your support for the proposed replacement name of Chuckwalla Lane to all stakeholders. Thanks again.
And thank you, Alexandra. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
Do we have any other members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 10A? Last call for members of the public. All right, hearing none, do we have any committee discussion on an agenda item 10A? Is there a motion?
I motion to approve the name Chuckwalla Lane to replace SQ Valley Lane ID 24-84.
Thank you, Helen. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Stephen. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Motion's been approved. We'll now go to agenda item 10B. We'll now go to agenda item 10B, ID number 24-456, SQ Brush Road. This is in the county of San Bernardino, excuse me, in the public agencies, the county as well. We'll hand it off to you.
Thank you, Chair. So the county proposed to rename SQ Bush Road to Bighorn Road and also provided an alternative, or excuse me, an additional alternative name was Chukot Road, which I'll get to in a moment. For tribal consultation, the county contacted 7 potentially affected tribes, receiving responses from 2. Responses included 1 response from the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, which proposed the name Bighorn based on input received from the tribe's cultural advisory working group, and the name honors a culturally significant species that is native to the region. In addition, the Morongo Band of Mission Indians suggested the name Chukot, which is in the Serrano language, after the county's and submitted that after the county's requested consultation deadline. For public outreach, the county has indicated that the final renaming decision will be communicated to the public through an official announcement posted on the county's public works website, and also via notices that will be placed on the affected street prior to sign changes. And that concludes the notes that I have for 24-456.
All right, thank you. Do we have a representative from the county of San Bernardino joining us here today? I'd like to add to the presentation.
Get a hand raised, Stephanie. I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hello. I just wanted to provide an update as well. After we received more than 1 proposed street name for ID 24-456, of Public Works has discussed the proposed names with both our county administrative office as well as our third district chair. We will be moving forward with the street name provided by San Manuel. So we will be moving forward with Bighorn Road for the public hearing that we will be holding once approved by the CACGN moving forward, and we'll be working with land use to do this.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. And just for the matter of the record, do you mind just doing a quick introduction to your title? From the county?
Yes, my name is Stephanie. I am a staff analyst too here for Public Works Traffic. My supervisor is currently out on vacation, so I am assisting with this proposal.
So, well, thanks for being here and covering while folks are on vacation. I know that's important. Take good vacation. Well, thank you, Stephanie. Does the committee have any questions for Megan or Stephanie on this proposal?
I have a question for Stephanie, only because this proposal parallels the last one very similarly. Was there any outreach by the county to was it Morongo, if I'm not mistaken, the second tribe that proposed the name change after the deadline? I know the proposal we just heard that was mentioned, and they were actually in support of the name proposed by San Manuel. So I just wanted to ask if there was any outreach after both proposals were taken in.
So we did try to outreach, but we weren't able to get a hold. But so we did more internal outreach due to that, because obviously we wanted to provide both names. So we did further outreach was provided more towards our county administrative office and our third district chair on how the best to proceed with the two proposed names.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Megan or Stephanie? All right. Hearing none, where am I on my agenda? Do we have any official representatives from a tribal, federal, state, county, or city government, whether that be elected or official representative that'd like to provide public comment? Last call for elected leader or official representative to provide public comment on agenda item 10B. Hearing none, do we have any public comment on agenda item 10B, ID number 24-456, SQ Brush Road to Bighorn Road or Chukat Road in the county of San Bernardino?
Good,
So
a
we have
hand
a hand
raised. Yeah, Alexandra, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hello, everyone. This is Alexandra McCleary. I'm the Director of Cultural Resources Management for the Habitum of San Manuel Nation, also known as the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. San Manuel has been engaged in the process of identifying replacements for names within its ancestral territory since September 2023, including those now tracked as ID number 24456. Yeah, we've worked closely this year with the County of San Bernardino on identifying replacement names, and are pleased that the county has moved forward to recommend Bighorn Road for this particular name. The name was selected by San Manuel's Cultural Advisory Working Group with the support of tribal leadership and conforms with the intent of AB 2022 to provide replacement names that honor and recognize the tribes and culture specific to these regions. I'd like to thank the Council and Deputy Secretary Thompson for the opportunity to provide comment here, and hope you'll communicate our support for the proposed replacement name of Bighorn Road to all stakeholders. Thanks again.
Thank you, Alexandra. Do we have any other public comment on agenda item 10B? Last call for public comment on agenda item 10B. All right. Do we have any committee discussion on agenda item 10B? No? Any motions? So we're getting tired.
Well, I was gonna say, we knock this county out and take a little break, but yeah.
Yeah.
I will set a motion for the recommendation here from staff is to approve the names Bighorn Road and Chukat Road as possible replacements for the SQ Bush Road.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay. Thank you, Amelia and Jim. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, motion approved. So I know I heard a quick desire for maybe a break. We have for this particular county two renaming proposals before for this particular county. Are folks comfortable in going through two more name proposals and then maybe we take a 10-minute, 15-minute break?
That would be good.
Yeah, that sounds
Do
good.
that, yeah.
Okay, so we'll finish with the proposals for the county of San Bernardino. So the next agenda item is, where are we? 10 C, ID number 24-457 SQ Road. And the public agency is the county of San Bernardino. Megan?
Okay, the county proposed to rename SQ Road with Jim Pine Road. An alternative name that is being proposed is also Ma'ara Road. For tribal consultation, the county contacted 8 potentially affected tribes, receiving responses from 2. Of those responses, 1 was from the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, which proposed the name Jim Pine in coordination with their cultural advisor working group. And the name honors the Serrano leader associated with the oasis of Ma'ara. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that. A second tribal response was from the Morongo Band of Mission Indians, which proposed Ma'ara. And then a third response was from the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians, which deferred to, sorry, that's so far to read, I'm gonna look there we are. The Yuha Aviatum of San Manuel Nation and the 29 Palms Band of Mission Indians. A few additional notes. The county conducted an initial meeting with interested tribes on June 25th and shared San Manuel's proposed replacement name. No other names were proposed during this meeting, though the Morongo Band of Mission Indians later proposed Ma'ara. Next slide, please, Justin. For public outreach, the county will be communicating the final renaming decision to the public through an official announcement similar to the last case that will be posted on the county's public works website and via notices that will be placed on the affected street prior to sign changes. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have a representative from the county of San Bernardino?
Got a hand raised, Stephanie. I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hello, this is again Stephanie from San Bernardino County Public Works Traffic Division. This was the same situation as ID 24456. We did also sent this information to our county administrative office as well as to our 3rd district chair. And we did just agree to move forward with Jim Pine Road and having an alternative name for Morongo just in case, but we will be using Jim Pine when we go through the public hearing / public outreach portion of this street renaming.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Megan or Stephanie on agenda item 10C? I will note that Jim Pine seems like to be a individual's name. And so I know that the committee had some conversation around naming after an individual. And so I guess I have a question for you, Stephanie. If you have any additional background or information on the individual Jim Pine. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting that person, and curious if you have some background.
Yes. So we have a big amount. So for Jim Pine, he was more known for the region for being one of the last ones for that reservation. I'll probably defer back to Alexandra for more of that information, but I do know he is well known in that specific region of where we're renaming the street.
Okay. Thank you for that additional background. Any additional questions for Megan or Stephanie? No? All right. Do we have any official representatives from government, tribal, federal, state, county, or city joining us here today that would like to provide public comment? Last call for elected leaders or official representatives of our government. All right, hearing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to provide a public comment on agenda item 10C, ID number 24-457, SQ Road to Gem Pine Road or Mara Road? Any public comment?
I've got a hand raised. Alexandra, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hello again. This is Alexandra McCleary, the Director of the Cultural Resources Management for the Habitum of Salmon Nation, also known as the Salmon Band of Mission Indians. Salmon has been engaged in the process of identifying replacement names within its ancestral territory since September 2023, including the one now tracked as ID number 24-457. We've worked closely this year with the County of San Bernardino on identifying and submitting a proposed replacement name, and submitted Jim Pine Road as a proposed replacement name. The name was selected by Salmon Well's Cultural Advisory Working Group with the support of tribal leadership and conforms with the intent of AB 2022 to provide replacement names that honor and recognize the tribes and cultures specific to this regions. And yes, I can confirm that Jim Pine was the last traditional clan leader of the Serrano clan associated with this area of 29 Palms, very close to the Oasis of Mara, which is the place of creation for all Serrano people. So it's a place of tremendous significance to the Serrano and the Habitum of Salmon Nation included. I'd like to thank the Council and Deputy Secretary Thompson for the opportunity to comment on this proposed replacement name, and hope you will help communicate our support of the proposed replacement name of Jim Pine Road to all stakeholders. Thanks again.
And thank you, Alexandra. Any other public comment on agenda item 10C? I just want to say again, thank you, Alexandra, for the work and working closely with the cultural leaders to identify replacement names. I appreciate your time and effort and expertise on that. Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none. Do we have any committee discussion on agenda item 10C? Any motion?
I'll make the
I
motion.
motion.
Oh,
Go for
ahead.
it, Steve.
I was gonna say a motion for ID number 24-457 to approve Jim Pine Road and Mara Road as possible replacements for SQ Road.
Okay. Any second?
I second.
All right, thank you, Helen. Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Okay.
Okay, Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, motion's been approved. All right, so our last one before we take a 15-minute break is agenda item 10B, ID number 24-480, SQ Court. This is also in the county of San Bernardino, with the public agency also being the county of San Bernardino.
Okay. The county proposed to rename SQ Court with Binyaak Court. For tribal consultation, the county contacted 5 potentially affected tribes, receiving responses from 1, the Colorado River Indian Tribes, which I've abbreviated here for the purposes of brevity as CRIT, but I apologize. I will try to refer to the full name. So the street is located on the tribe's reservation, and the tribe recommended the name Binyaak, which is a Mojave word for woman. For public outreach, the county, like the others, will be conveying the final renaming decision through an official announcement and posted on the county's public works website, in addition to posting notices placed on the affected street prior to any changes. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have a representative from the county of San Bernardino joining us to add to this presentation?
Got a hand raised. Stephanie, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hello, this is Stephanie from San Bernardino County Public Works Traffic Division, staff analyst 2. I have nothing to offer for this specific one. No further information.
Thank you, Stephanie. Any questions for Megan or Stephanie on agenda item 10D? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any elected leaders or official representatives of a government that'd like to provide public comment on agenda item 10D? Elected leaders? Any public comment? Last call? All right, do we have any members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 10D? ID number 24-480, SQ Court to the Akai Court in the county of San Bernardino. Last call for public comment on agenda item 10D. All right, hearing none, do we have any committee discussion on agenda item 10D? No? Do we have a motion?
Stephen came off mute, so I just assumed he was gonna do it.
I'll
Ready
make
to
the
say
motion.
aye.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make a motion for ID number 24-480 to approve Thanayak Court to replace SQ Court.
Thank you, Stephen. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Do we want to vote? Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, all right. Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, motion has been approved. So So it is 2:55 or 54. Could I get a motion to take a 15-minute break?
I approve a motion to take a 15-minute
All
break.
right, Helen motions. Do I get a second?
I'll second.
All right, Cindy, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, we will come back at 3:10, 20, hang on, math? 3:10, thank you. We'll come back at 3:10. We'll see you all in a little bit. All right, Osea, welcome everyone. I hope that 15-minute break was refreshing. I know we recaffeinated and got some sugar here in the room, so we're ready to go. Hopefully you all are too. I'm going to do a quick skim, make sure we have all of our committee members. I see Amelia, Cindy, Stephen, Jim. Rebecca, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hello.
All right, well, thank you again for that quick 15-minute break. I will call us back to order at 3:12. And with that, we'll move to agenda item 11A. This is ID number 24-59, SQ Carpet Drive, in the county of Shasta, and the public agency is the county of Shasta. And we'll hand it off to you, Megan.
Thank you. I have, I guess, one amendment either for the agenda or just for general awareness. We made a quick change based on feedback from the county about the spelling. So I just wanted to formally announce that it is not Memlui, it should be Memluli. And then it is not Memholog with a G, it's Memholok with a Q. So just for everyone's awareness, either, I don't know if that requires an agenda amendment or if we're okay, just moving forward.
And I think unless everyone opposes. Okay, so what's on the slide is the correct spelling?
Yes.
Okay.
The slide is correct.
Thank you for that update.
Okay. Great. Thank you everyone for coming back. So for this proposal, the county has offered several replacement names for SQ Carpet Drive. There is also an SQ Carpet EFER, which we'll get to in a second, but we'll treat that as its own separate proposal. The proposed names are Bamadou Road, Memluli, and Memholok Road. For tribal consultation, the county contacted 2 potentially affected tribes, receiving responses from both the Wintu tribe of Northern California and Redding Rancheria. The Wintu tribe initially proposed the names Yana Drive and Ina Way. However, those names did not meet the county's safety standards, as there are already existing similar road names for the case of, there's a Yana Avenue. The Redding Rancheria proposed Bamadou, and the Wintu tribe had initially proposed Memluli. That needs to be a correction, forgive me. Memluli and Memholok for a nearby place name for SQ Springs Road. However, the county wasn't able to use those names for that particular place, as for that case, the Wintu tribe later deferred to the Redding Rancheria. Thus, the county instead recommended to include the alternatives of Memluli and Memholok as alternatives for SQ Carpet Drive. Next slide, please, Justin. Thank you. For public outreach, the County Board of Supervisors approved the proposed names during a public meeting on October 29th, 2024. And just for the notes, Bamadou means deer place, Memluli means water lily, and Memholok means water willow. And again, I apologize for, there needs to be a correction in the slides, just in the text, but the title is correct.
All right, thank you. Do we have a representative from the county of Shasta who would like to add to this presentation on agenda item 11A?
I've got a hand raised. I believe it's Leo. I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hello.
You're still on mute.
Sorry about that. Hello, this is Leo Salazar, Planning Division Manager with the County of Shasta. And our office also is the home of the County Road Name Administrator. I'm here to answer any questions the Commission may have. Would just like to note that the proposed names for all of our roads are the ones that were adopted by the Board of Supervisors as the recommendation. to the commission. And with that, I'll just let the presentation move forward.
Thank you. Any questions for Megan or Leo? And now I had one question, and thank you so much, Leo, for being here. I think you said that the Board of Supervisors approved all 3 of these names. Is that correct?
Actually, the board approved the proposed name, so not the alternative. So as part of our public process, we reached out to property owners along these roads, and they provided some feedback, including some recommended road names. We, as staff, considered all the road names that received, both in the formal consultation with the local Native American tribes, as well as those that the public provided. We took those and sort of ran them through our rubric as far as how we approach road naming. So for instance, Megan had mentioned earlier, we eliminated road names that were similar to others that already existed in the county. We considered, the pronunciation, were they difficult to spell, hard to pronounce, and other factors that we would normally look at in naming a road. We presented the ones that sort of got through that process, which included both tribal recommended names as well as public recommended names. We proposed a preferred alternative to the board, although they did in their staff report have information that indicated they could choose something other than what we've recommended. And what you see on these slides is the proposed road names are ultimately what they adopted as their resolution and directed us to send to you.
Thank you so much for that extra clarification. Any other questions from the committee? Jim. Oh, Jim Tremblay. I see that you have your hand raised.
Yes, I did. I was just had a question. SQ carpet is a type of manzanita. I was wondering if in the county's deliberations that there was any attempt to find out what the Native American name would be for that plant. I think it's quite common up there. It's a very prostate manzanita that grows very low, but it covers over areas, embankments and stuff like that, rocks. Do you know if that was, I'm just asking out of curiosity to see if there was an attempt to replace it with a name that more or less carried forward the intent of the first name or the original name?
Leo Salazar, planning manager. There was not an attempt to request that the tribe focus on a name that would be similar or might be for the same plant in the native language. And one wasn't offered either.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any representatives from any governments, tribal, federal, state, county, city, that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 11A? Any elected leaders or official representatives of any governments joining for public comment on agenda item 11A? Last call. Okay, hearing none. Do we have any members of the public that would like to provide any public comment on agenda item 11A, ID number 24-59, SQ Carpet Drive in the county of Shasta? If you'd like to submit public comment, please use the raise a hand feature in the bottom of the screen. Last call for public comment. See you have a hand raised.
Joe, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Welcome.
Looks like you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm Michelle Radcliffe Garcia with the Wintu Tribe of Northern California. I just wanted to let you know that the reason that the names that we suggested and then we deferred to the Redding Rancheria was because it's not in our territory, the Wintu Tribe territory. It's in Yana territory. And so Bamadu is a Yana name. So just so you guys know that information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the extra context and background on that. Thank you for being here today.
There's another hand raised. Luis, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Louise Davis, and I'm here representing the Redding Rancheria. And we submitted the names, and they did go to the Redding or Board of Supervisors, and they also approved the name of Bamandu, meaning deer place in the Yana language.
Wado, and thank you so much, Luis. Appreciate you being here and sharing about Redding Rancheria's work on this. Do we have any other public comment on agenda item 11A?
We've got a hand raised from Leo. Allowing you to speak now.
Yeah, I'd just like to mention, although, you know, the tribe didn't necessarily explain to us why they chose Deer Place for that area. I would say, though, in our general plan, it is noted that Shingletown area is a major deer migration corridor. So I'm assuming potentially that that's where that name might have come from.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment? Last call for public comment on agenda item 11A. Hearing none, do we have any committee discussion on agenda item 11A?
Yeah, a quick clarifying point. With the deference given to Redding Rancheria, is the staff consideration at this point just Bamadou, or is it still all three replacement names?
I think the staff recommendations were really intended to, for lack of a better term, assist with a quick synopsis of names that might meet the criteria of the bill. I think the ultimate decision is really up to you and the rest of the committee.
I guess a quick follow-up then for Leo. It sounded like, or actually, I believe it was a representative from Redding Rancheria. It sounded like the County Board of Supervisors, did they already vote on the name for only Bamadou? Is that correct?
This is Leo, Planning Manager, Shasta County. That is correct. Our board did vote and adopted a resolution based on, you know, the tribal input and the public outreach that we did to direct staff to send Bamadou Road as a proposed road name for the commission's consideration. So ultimately, you know, we would ask that that be what you make a decision on.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion from the committee? Do we have a motion?
I'll motion that we approve Bamadou as a replacement name for SQ Carpet Drive in Shasta County.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Helen. Any discussion on the motion?
Can I interrupt real quick? I
Yeah.
see Luis has her hand up. I just wanted to
Yeah, I saw that.
check real quick. Luis, you're on mute, but you're allowed to speak. Luis, did you have a comment?
Sorry, I was on mute. No, I was just wanting to say again that they did vote and we did submit those 3 names. So the Bamandu was what they had considered.
Thank you for that extra clarification. And just when you say they, was that the county or was that the Reading Rancheria Tribal Council?
Well, the Reading Rancheria had asked me to submit those names on behalf of the tribe.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. And so it's our understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but that Bamadou is the preferred name from Reading Rancheria?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that clarification. All right, so we have a motion to approve Bamadou as the to rename SQ Carpet Drive in the county of Shasta, and that was seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Helen?
Aye.
Sydney?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
And Amelia?
Aye.
All right, the motion has been approved. So we will now go to agenda item 11B, ID number 24-60, SQ Carpet Emergency Fire Escape Road. This is also in the county of Shasta, and the public comment, or excuse me, the public agency is the county of Shasta.
Thank you. I think in the effort of efficiency, all of the text on both of these slides is exactly the same, and the SQ Carpet Drive and the SQ Carpet Emergency Fire Escape Road, EFER, appear to be centrally located. So I'm not going to repeat anything, though I'm happy to if there are any questions. But it's the same, the county is proposing the same names. It's the exact same tribal consultation, public outreach. This is just for the designation of the emergency fire escape road.
And then do we have a representative from the county of Shasta that would like to add to this presentation? Leo, I'm wondering if you're still with us?
Leo, you're allowed to speak now.
I'm still here, but nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leo. And again, really appreciate all your work and leadership on this effort. Any questions for Megan or Leo on agenda item 11B?
I have just a quick question, if that's
It's
a good time. So sorry, just for my own clarification. So with the proposed name replacement, does this road keep the emergency fire escape road sort of designation piece of it?
I believe so. I would defer to Leo ultimately, but my understanding is that the emergency fire escape road designation would remain, just that the name of the EFER is changing.
I was assuming that, but I just wanted to make sure I had it clear in my head. So
yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah.
Leo, anything to correct or add?
It looks like you're off mute, but we can't hear you.
Oh, nothing to add. Sorry. And that is correct. The emergency fire escape road designation would stay.
got it. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions for Megan or Leo on agenda item 11B? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any representatives from any governments, tribal, federal, state, county, city, that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 11B? elected leaders or official representatives of any governments? Last call for public comment from any elected leaders or official governments. Hearing none, we'll move to public comment. Do we have any members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 11B, ID number 24-60, SQ Carpet Emergency Fire Escape Road in the county of Shasta? If so, please use the raise the hand feature in the bottom of the screen. Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none. Do we have any committee discussion on agenda item 11B? I think I'll add just as a point of clarification that we will have to update the spelling also that you corrected in an agenda item 11B.
Yes.
So we'll update the spelling on those two alternative names. All right, any discussion? There a motion on agenda item 11B?
Maybe, sorry, one point of
Yeah.
discussion. I guess I've been assuming that since it's a connected road, that the county would be interested in having it named the same, just as it was historically. Could you confirm or deny that, Leo?
Yeah, so they are connected and continuous, but there's, I believe, a gate between the end of what will be Bamadou Drive and Bamadou Efer. We would want them to keep the same name, you know, at least in title, but as far as designating them Driver Efer, those would be different. We don't see this often, but this was on the map, so.
Thank you.
Usually these emergency fire escape roads don't have names and aren't mapped with names, but this one in particular was, so we're just maintaining it that way. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you. With that information, I guess I would make a motion that we approve Bamadou as a replacement name for SQ Carpet Emergency Fire Escape Road.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Stephen for a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ellen? Aye. Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, motion approved. So our next agenda item is 11C, ID number 24-62, SQ Springs Road. This is also in the county of Shasta, and the public agency is the county of Shasta.
Okay. For SQ Springs Road, the county proposed the name Ge'etawala. And again, forgive me if I mispronounced that. Leo, if you know, feel free to correct me. Alternative names are also Tanena Road and Jigal Road. For tribal consultation, the city contacted 2 potentially affected tribes, again, both being Redding Rancheria and the Wintu tribe of Northern California. The Wintu tribe proposed several names initially, but ultimately deferred to the Redding Rancheria as the road is located within lands more closely affiliated to the Redding Rancheria. The Redding Rancheria proposed these 3 names for CACGN review and approval. Specifically, Chikal means mountain, Tanena means grizzly bear, and Ke'etawala means blue jay. And perhaps any of the tribal representatives, if you also know the correct pronunciation, please correct me. For public outreach, the County Board of Supervisors approved the proposed names during a public meeting on October 29th of this year. And that concludes my notes for this.
Thank you. And do we have a representative from the county of Shasta? that would like to add to this presentation?
Leo, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Just want to say that I'm here and available for any questions. One thing I did notice on this slide, though, our initial outreach to invite tribes to consult regarding the road names, I went out to more than the 2 that responded. So just wanted to clarify that. I think we invited consultation from about 14 tribes and received the 2 responses. That, as we understand it, the tribes that did respond are ultimately the ones that are culturally affiliated with the area. So just want to make that clarification for all of our items. Thank you.
We're sorry. Your conference is ending now. Please hang up.
Hopefully that's not.
That was no.
I'm sorry, Justin, is that us?
Rain dance.
I
All
was saying that
participants
wasn't
are
us at
now
all.
in listen-only
Ladies.
mode.
It shouldn't be. We're scheduled till 5.
Okay. Well, thank you, Leo, for that clarification, and we'll make sure that the record reflects that the county contacted more than the 2 tribes, and we think approximately 14. So really appreciate that clarification. All right, any questions from the committee for either Megan or Leo on agenda item 11C? Jim Tremblay, I see that you have your hand raised.
Yes, this is just a nit. On the slide, the names proposed are all in all caps, but in the discussion below, there is capitalization and then lowercase. And if these names are ever used on a map, the orthography should be clear as to whether or not to capitalize certain parts of the name, particularly when they're 2-part names, which is not the, well, I guess there is for the 3rd name on this list. So I was wondering if in the deliberations and the voting, if it's clear as to what is the proper orthography. That's all. You don't need to have
Thank
an
you.
answer, but it's a concern that when this goes to a map maker or somebody else, that it's clear to them which letters of the word are to be capitalized and which are not.
Thank you. I really appreciate that careful eye to detail. And Megan, I believe the blue text, that's more of a formatting thing.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I may speak to that, Chair, I think that's something that we will be certain to double and hopefully triple check before we send out the final list of CACGN approved names. So thank you for that comment, Jim.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim.
Mhm.
This is Leo with the County of Shasta. We hear that comment as well. The spelling that's on the map in that lower left-hand corner of the slide, in terms of the capitalization, that's how they were presented to us, and that's how we would intend to put them on a map. It may not be consistent with some of the other ways we put road names on a map, and we could certainly work with the tribes to see if it would change the meaning or be of any concern to put them in all caps, which is, I believe, the way most of our road signs are made, and how we present road names on a map.
Okay. Thank you, Leo. I appreciate you doing that outreach to the tribe. And we also have it noted that the text in the map on the left hand corner is how the county offered the names to CACGN. All right, any other questions for Leo or Megan? Hearing none, let's move to, or I see a hand raised. Is that public comment? I just want to make sure it's not Leo.
Luis, I'm gonna allow you to speak now.
Okay, well, actually, so sorry. Let's open it up for public comment.
Okay.
So if we have, so we're at agenda item 11C. And do we have any elected leaders or official representatives of any governments, whether that be tribal, federal, state, county, or city, that'd like to provide public comment?
Luis is from the Rancheria.
Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. Hi, Louise.
Hi, again, this is Louise Davis, Reading Rancheria. And when we proposed the name, it is more like the one that's in the right-hand side instead of what is on the map, the spelling, and make sure all the little marks are in there.
Wonderful. Thank you for that clarification. So the right-hand side of the PowerPoint screen is how Reading Rancheria offered the names to the county.
Yes. And we are in support of changing that name to Kitwali from, again, it's a Blue Jay in the Yana language.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that clarification. Do we have any other elected leaders or official representatives of any governments that would like to provide public comment today? Last call for public comment from elected leaders. Hearing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 11C, ID number 24-62, SQ Springs Road in the county of Shasta? Any public comment? Please use the raise a hand feature at the bottom of the screen. Last call for public comment. Hearing none, do we have committee discussion on agenda item 11C? Hearing none, do we have a motion for agenda item 11C?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion for ID number 24-62 to approve and forgive my enunciation, Kitawala, Jigal, and Tanana Road as possible name replacement for SQ Springs Road.
I'll second.
Thank you, Jim. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Oh, I can't write as fast as y'all are moving. Let's vote. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay. Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Motion approved. So now let's go to agenda item D. Oh, no, 11D. ID number 24-318 SQ Creek Court.
Okay.
Okay.
This name proposal, the city of Reading proposed MEM court, and there's an alternative of COO court identified to replace SQ Creek Court. For tribal consultation, the city contacted 3 potentially affected tribes, receiving responses from 1, the Reading Rancheria. The Reading Rancheria proposed the names MEM, which is the Wintu name for water, due to the site's close proximity to the Sacramento River, and COO, the Wintu word for little. For public outreach, the city sent letters to residents informing them of Assembly Bill 2022 and the requirements. No opinions from the public were received. The city will send a follow-up notice to residents once the final replacement name is approved. Next slide, please, Justin. Thank you. A few other notes. The city reached out to Reading Rancheria to ask if the tribe had a preference as to which of the two proposed names was preferred. The tribe did not respond. The city subsequently chose Mem as the preferred replacement name because one, A, the tribe listed the name first in their submittal, and B, there was concern on the city side regarding the potential relation of the term coup to a well-known racist group, though the city did acknowledge that the Wintu language is obviously an entirely separate cultural context. And that concludes my notes for this proposal.
Thank you. And do we have a representative from the city of Reading joining us here today for agenda item 11D? Representative from the city of Reading on agenda item 11D. Do you have anything you would like to add to the presentation here today? Last call for a representative of the city of Reading. All right, hearing none. Do we, any committee discussion on agenda item 11D? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any public comment from elected leaders or official representatives of any governments? That's tribal, federal, state, county, or city. Elected leaders or official representatives. Last call for elected leaders. See, you have a hand raised.
Good afternoon again, it's Louise Davis. For the one for City of Reading, I noticed that when they didn't put like a mem court, because I know that they would like to keep it with the same, if it's a road or if it's a drive. So could we change that to mem court?
Thank you for that flag. And it looks like on our agenda, we have the proposed name of Mem Court.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. I appreciate the clarification. And that's a capital M, lowercase e, lowercase m, space court.
Yes.
Is how we have it. Okay. Anything else to add on the Mem Court recommendation?
No.
Well, thank you so much, Louise, for being here and providing that additional context. Do we have any members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 11D, ID number 24318, SQ Creek Court in the city of Reading? Last call for public comment on agenda item 11D. Okay, hearing none, committee discussion on agenda item 11D. No discussion. Do we have a motion?
I motion to approve Mem Court to replace SQ Creek Court ID number 24-318.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
One second.
Elizabeth beat you. Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Motion approved. Let's move to agenda item 12A. This is in and Megan, please help provide clarity on this agenda item. We're in agenda item 12A. This is in Shasta and Siskiyou County. ID numbers 24-63 and ID numbers 24-483 SQ Valley Loop Road.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That is correct. So technically speaking, this is the same feature that crosses over the two different counties of Shasta and Siskiyou. So as such, staff were proposing to combine the two proposals into one. Of course, there's an option to separate them if you want. But I think perhaps I'll just give the synopsis and then let you all decide if that sounds like a good approach. Okay. So both counties, the county of Shasta and Siskiyou, have synergistically proposed to rename SQ Valley Loop Road with Chali Mem Panik, and then all the alternatives of Chali Memton Panik and Boy Chali Memton Panik in that specific order. For tribal consultation, the counties collectively contacted 3 potentially affected tribes, though I will note that that number may be more after the representative from Shasta County's prior comments. So collectively, the counties contacted potentially affected tribes, receiving responses from the Wintu Tribe of Northern California, Redding Rancheria, and Shasta Indian Nation, which declined to submit a proposal. The Wintu Tribe and Redding Rancheria proposed Chali Mem Panik, meaning good water circle in Wintu. The Wintu Tribe also proposed Chali Memton Panik, meaning good water place, and Boy Chali Memton Panik, meaning lots of good water. The 3 proposed names have significance to the ancestral people who would summer in the area due to the abundant waters that flowed from Yet Atuam Creek. Next slide, please, Justin. Thank you. Again, the road crosses both counties, and the counties have submitted the same names in the same order to maintain consistency across their respective jurisdictions. For public outreach, the Shasta County Board of Supervisors approved the proposed names during their public meeting on October 29th, 2024, and Siskiyou County will follow its normal policy for renaming roads after CACGN approval. And that concludes my notes for this case.
Thank you. Do we have any representatives from the county of Shasta or the county of Siskiyou on these 2 proposals? And these 2 ID'd features, which I will note is the same feature of just crossing county lines.
Thank you.
Okay.
There's 2 hands raised. Leo, I'm allowing you to speak.
Yeah, Leo Salazar with the County of Shasta, and here for this item. Just a point of clarification on my earlier statement about the number of tribes that we invited to consult. That number I didn't have in front of me at that moment, but I do now, and it was 8 tribes that we sent certified letters to invite for a consultation, and it's the 2 responded for all of our roads. And I don't have anything specific for this item, but if you have questions, I'll be here to answer them.
Thank you, Leo. Appreciate that, and appreciate the clarification on the record. That 8 tribal letters were sent, or letters were sent to 8 tribes, excuse me. Appreciate that.
And the second hand is Sarah. I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Hi, my name is Sarah Evans. I am with the County of Siskiyou Department of Public Works, and I don't have any comments, but I am here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for being here and for your work on these renaming efforts with the county. I appreciate that. Does the committee have any questions for Megan, Leo, or Sarah on this one feature with multiple ID numbers?
Maybe just a gratitude to you both for working together and submitting a coordinated submittal for these 2 different numbers that are the same feature. Thank you.
We'll just say ditto to that. Thank you. Definitely makes life easier, I'm sure, on everyone's fronts. So, all right. Well, if we have no questions, do we have elected leaders or official representatives from any governments, tribal, federal, state, county, city, that'd like to have public comment on agenda item 12A in Shasta and Siskiyou County? Last call for elected leaders or official representatives for agenda item 12A. Hearing none, do we have members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 12A, ID number 24-63 and ID number 24-483, SQ Valley Loop Road, that is in both Shasta and Siskiyou County?
I've got a hand raised. Michelle, I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Excuse me, I just wanted to agree that with the name Chalimem Panik and appreciate both counties for choosing that name. Thank you.
Watto, and thank you, Michelle. Appreciate your insight on this naming proposal. And thank you for being here. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 12A? Last call for public comments. All right, hearing none. Committee discussion on agenda item 12A. No discussion? All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion on ID numbers 24-63 and 24-483 that we approve Chalimem Panek or Chalimemton Panek and Boy Chalimemton Panek as possible replacement names for SQ Valley Loop Road.
And I'll second.
And apologize for my pronunciation.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you, Amelia, for the second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote? We didn't hear it. Aye. Okay, thanks, Stephen. Helen? Aye. Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Motion approved. All right, so now we will go to agenda item 13A. This is in the county of Siskiyou, ID number 24-48 SQ Valley Road. Again, this is agenda item 13A, and the public agency is the county of Siskiyou. Megan?
Right. So the county of Siskiyou proposed to rename SQ Valley Road with Chalimemton, and Boy Chalimemton. For tribal consultation, the county contacted 2 potentially affected tribes, receiving responses from both the Wintu tribe of Northern California and Shasta Indian Nation, which declined to submit a proposal. The Wintu tribe proposed the names Chalimem, meaning good water, Chalimemton, meaning good water place, and Boy Chalimem, meaning lots of good water. The 3 proposed names have significance to the ancestral people, again, who would summer in the area due to the abundant waters that flowed from the Athlon Creek. And for public outreach for the county of Siskiyou, the county will follow its normal policy for renaming roads after CACGN approval. And that concludes my presentation for this case.
Thank you. Do we have a representative from the county of Siskiyou that would like to add to that presentation of agenda item 13A?
Sarah, I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Hi, it's Sarah Evans again from Siskiyou County Department of Public Works. I have no comment, but I am here to answer any questions that may arise.
Thank you so much for being here. Any questions for Megan or Sarah?
I guess I'm wondering if, Sarah, there's any concern or consideration of similarity of names with the one we just took up, and is that something the county will consider when choosing a replacement name for this item, for this feature?
So the difference between the two names is the last part of the one we just went over, Panique, which means circle. So that's, we have SQ Valley Loop Road, and then we have SQ Valley Road. And so those are both similar. And so we did the same thing, but with the when-to meaning.
Got it. That's pretty neat. Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. Always exciting to learn. kind
Yeah.
of meanings of
really
words.
cool.
So appreciate
Language
that,
lesson.
Sarah. Okay, any other questions? Jim Tremblay, I see you have a question.
Yeah, just clarification, I guess. So on the first name, the second word mem is capitalized or not. And then Charlie Memton is 2 words, but Boy Charlie Memton is catenated. Is there a reason, or is that the way it is? If it's 2 words, if it's Charlie Memton, and it's 1 word if it's Boy Charlie Memton.
Yes, so as far as capitalization, each different word, we would start with a capital letter. As far as the Boy Charlie Memton, that is 1 word. And these are just the name recommendations we received from the Wintu tribe. And this is in their Wintu language.
Thank you, Sarah, for that clarification. And so we'll just make sure that the record's clear that Charlie Mem, the M in the mem of Charlie Mem will be capitalized. And then Charlie Mempton, the M in the Mempton would also be capitalized. If I heard you correctly, Sarah.
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
And
Boy Charlie Mentum is 1 word and the V would be capitalized.
Yes, that is also correct.
So just clarification, then the tribal consultation I'm looking at the screen. It's everything's capped in the proposed name, and then in the tribal consultation, the mem is not capitalized. So
Yeah, Jim, we'll correct that and make sure it's very clear on the record.
Okay.
Just so you're aware, it's just a PowerPoint formatting issue.
Right. Okay.
That the blue words on the top of the slide are always going to be all caps. And
Okay.
that's just a feature of the PowerPoint template that we used.
Right, and the uppercase, lowercase, and the tribal consultation is incorrect, then it should be a capital M for the second word, mem, correct?
Correct. And Sarah confirmed that is correct. So we will
Okay.
make sure that the final record reflects that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Cindy, I see you have your hand raised.
Oh, yeah, just really quickly, because I was looking at that too, but in your agenda, it appears to be correct with the proposed names where mem is capitalized, memton is capitalized, and the Boy Charlie Memton is 1 word. So just seems like it's correct there.
All right. Thank you. So we'll follow the agenda on that. Appreciate that. Thank you, Cindy. All right. Any other questions for Sarah or Megan? Hearing none. Do we have any public comment from any elected leaders from any governments, tribal, federal, state, county, or city that'd like to provide public comment on agenda item 13A? Last call for public comment from elected leaders or official representatives. Hearing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to provide any public comment on agenda item 13A, ID 24-48 SQ Valley Road, to Charlie Memton, or Boy Charlie Memton?
Luis, I'm allowing you to speak now.
It's good afternoon again. This is Louise Davis, and I just wanted to say that the Reading Rancheria is also in support of the names that the Wintu tribe had submitted.
Thank you so much. And just so the record's very clear, it's the 3 names that we've been discussing.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that clarification. All right, any other members of the public that'd like to provide public comment on agenda item 13A? All right, hearing none, do we have committee discussion on agenda item 13A? Hearing none, do we have a motion on agenda item 13A?
I'll make a motion. A motion for ID number 2448 SQ Valley Road to approve the Charlie Memton, and Boy Charlie Memton as possible replacement names for SQ Valley Road.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll
I
second.
second.
Okay.
Of course.
Who, we'll go with Jim today. All right, thank you, Jim. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
I,
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Motion approved. We will now go to agenda item 13B. This is also in Siskiyou County, ID number 24-100, SQ Valley Fuel Break. This is in the county of Siskiyou, and the public agency is CAL FIRE.
Okay. So CAL FIRE has proposed to rename the SQ Valley Fuel Break to Huckleberry Ridge Fuel Break. Tribal consultation included contacting 4 potentially affected tribes, and CAL FIRE received 1 response from the Quartz Valley Indian community, which supported the proposed name. There was no public outreach indicated, and then in addition for notes, Huckleberry Ridge is a prominent geographical nameplace ridge within the project boundaries, and CAL FIRE commonly refers to the project as the Huckleberry Project in support of the proposed name for the fuel break. And that concludes my notes.
Thank you. Do we have a representative from CAL FIRE joining us here today?
Joe, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Thank you all. This is something that we had been working on as well. It is correct. It sits along Huckleberry Ridge and is the Huckleberry Project. No concerns expressed, and would support if the commission accepts this recommendation.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for Megan or Joe? All right. Hearing none. Do we have any elected leaders that would like to provide public comment? Tribal, federal, state, county, or city elected leaders or official representatives that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 13B.
Okay, I will.
Last call for elected leaders on agenda item 13B. All right, hearing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 13B, ID number 24-0, or oh my goodness, 24-100, SQ Valley Fuel Break in Siskiyou County? Public comment on agenda item 13B. Please feel free to use the raise the hand feature in the bottom of the screen. All right, hearing no public comment, do we have any committee discussion on agenda item 13B? No? All right, and do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the Huckleberry Ridge fuel break, replacing SQ Valley fuel break.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Cindy. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Helen?
Same.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Motion has been approved. And why don't I thank you so much, Joe, and all of CAL FIRE's work on both of the name changes that you all have had. Really appreciate you being here and sharing your guidance and background on these renaming efforts. All right, so then we're going to be moving to agenda item 14A. This is in the county of Tehama. This is the ID number 24-482 SQ Hill Road to Lobus Hill Road.
Okay. So the county of Tehama has proposed to rename SQ Hill Road with Loibus Hill Road. For tribal consultation, the county contacted 6 potentially affected tribes, receiving responses from 1, the Wintu tribe of Northern California, which declined to propose a replacement name as the territory is located outside the tribe's historic ancestral area. For public outreach, the proposal was agendized before the county's board of supervisors during a public meeting, and correspondence was sent to residents. No comments were received. A few notes for this specific name proposal. The road is located next to Loibus Hill, which was previously renamed in 2023 as part of the Secretary of Interior Order number 3404, which is obviously at the federal level. And this prior effort was informed by tribal outreach, wherein the Paskenta band of Nomlaki Indians proposed the name Loibus, meaning young lady in Wintu. And those are my notes. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a representative from the county of Tehama joining us here today?
Arminda, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Good afternoon. Hi, Arminda Searcy here, Administrative Analyst in Tehama County. And I am here for any questions. I have no further comments.
Thank you so much for being here and for all of your work on this renaming efforts. We really appreciate it. Do we have any questions for Megan or Arminda? No questions? All right. Do we have any elected leaders or official representatives of any governments that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 14A? That's tribal, federal, state, county, city, or other governments. Last call for elected leaders or official representatives of the governments. Hearing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 14A? This is ID number 24-482 SQ Hill Road to Lobus Hill Road in the county of Tehama. Any public comment? If so, please use the raise the hand feature in the bottom of the screen. Last call for public comment. Hearing none, do we have committee discussion on agenda item 14A? No? All right. Do we have a motion?
I motion to approve Loibus Hill Road to replace SQ Hill Road, ID number 24-482.
Thank you, Helen. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Amelia, thank you for the second.
The race.
Yeah, it really is. All right. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
All right. Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Sorry. Aye.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Aye.
And Amelia?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So motion's been approved. All right, so now we have agenda item 15A, ID number 24-131 SQ Road. This is in the county of Yolo, and the public agency is the city of West Sacramento.
Hi. The city proposed to rename SQ Road with Tepti Road. For tribal consultation, the city contacted 5 potentially affected tribes, receiving responses from 1, Yochadihi Nation. And the Yochadihi Nation discussed potential replacement names with their Cultural Affairs Committee and Council, and proposed the name Tepti, meaning streams flow together, which is a reference to the confluence of the American and Sacramento rivers. For public outreach, the city held several neighborhood meetings with affected residents and hosted a workshop, and the city will publish the final decision after CACGN's approval on their project website. And just one other note from the city submittal, which is the city stated that our city council rightly interprets the Yochadihi's suggestion of using this word as a gift to the city and will treat it as such. Nice. That concludes my notes for this proposal.
Thank you, Megan. Do we have a representative from the city of West Sacramento joining us here today that would like to add to this presentation? I see we have a hand raised.
Sorry about that. John, allowing you to speak now.
Hi, this is John Robinson. I'm Deputy City Manager with the City of West Sacramento. I have nothing to add to the staff presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that come up.
Thank you so much, John. Really appreciate you being here and for all of the work that you and your colleagues did for this renaming efforts on behalf of the city. Any questions for John or Megan?
Maybe just a comment that John, your city's notes made several of us sigh. It's just such a lovely spirit that you shared with us. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, John. Cindy?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't realize this before today, but in case it's any sort of conflict, but I actually lived on this road back in 2006 for about a year. Took me a little while. I was like, wow, okay. So I can abstain if you think it will cause any issues, if we, do vote today on it. So just wanted to flag that.
Okay.
Small world.
Yeah, no, thank you. And it sounds like you no longer live on the road.
I do
Okay.
not.
Okay.
Been a long time, so.
Okay. We appreciate that. All right, any questions for John or Megan? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any elected leaders or official representatives of any governments that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 15A? That's tribal, federal, state, county, or city, elected leaders or official representatives. Any public comment? Hearing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 15A, ID number 24-131, SQ Road to Betty Road? This is in Yolo County, in the city of West Sacramento. Any members of the public that would like to provide public comment? Please use the raise the hand feature in the bottom of the screen. Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none. Do we have committee discussion on agenda item 15A? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion for ID number 24-131 SQ Road to approve Tepti Road to replace that name, please.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Elizabeth. She beat you. Next
600
time.
miles,
Thank you for the motion in the second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote? Since you made the motion, I think you said aye. Aye, all right.
It doesn't
Helen?
like to pick up I for some reason.
I know,
I.
it's fine. Helen? Aye. All right. Cindy?
Gonna go with I, that's okay.
Okay. Yeah? Jim?
Aye.
All right. Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Motion approved. So now we will go to agenda item 15B, ID number 24-132, SQ Court. This is also in the county of Yolo, and the public agency is the city of West Sacramento.
This slide says the exact same thing as the prior slide, with the exception of the fact that it is Tepti Court, not Tepti Road, and the ID number is 24-132. So I think with that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you so much. And do we have a representative from the city of West Sacramento? I'm wondering, John, if you're still with us.
John, you
I'm
should be able
still
to.
here, John Robinson, Deputy City Manager, City of West Sacramento. One thing I would point out, I probably should have mentioned last time, is a thank you to the Ochadihi Winton Nation. When we spoke to them, we had some preliminary indications from the residents of their concerns about what the street name should be. One of which was that it be relatively easy to pronounce and that it relate to the lake or water body theme that's the standard in that neighborhood. And the tribe graciously came through with a name that was both meaningful to them and beautiful, but also met the residents' concerns. So we appreciated the opportunity to collaborate on that.
Thank you so much for that additional background. That is so lovely to hear. All right, any questions for Megan or John? Hearing none. Do we have any elected leaders or official representatives from any governments to provide public comment on agenda item 15B as tribal, federal, state, city, county? Any elected leaders or official governments that would like to provide public comment? Hearing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to provide public comment on agenda item 15B, ID number 24-132, SQ Court to Tepeti Court in Yolo County in the city of West Sacramento? Please use the raise the hand feature if you'd like to provide public comment on agenda item 15B. Last call for public comment. Hearing none, do we have any committee discussion on agenda item 15B? Hearing none, do we have any motions?
I'll motion to approve Tepti Court to replace SQ Court.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Helen seconds. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
All right. Helen?
Aye.
Cindy?
Aye.
Thank you. Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Motion approved. So now we'll move on to agenda item 15C.
Just
This is,
285 yards to go.
yeah. All right, agenda item 15C, ID number, should we start talking slower? No, 24-170 SQ Valley Drive. This is in the county, Yolo County, with the city and the public agency is the city of Woodland.
Right, last but certainly not least. The city of Woodland has proposed to rename SQ Valley Drive as Pathland Valley Drive. For tribal consultation, the city contacted 3 potentially affected tribes, receiving responses from 1, the Ochadihi Winton Nation, The tribe discussed potential replacement names with their Cultural Affairs Committee and proposed Patwin Valley to honor the native people who originally lived in and cared for the land that is now woodland. For public outreach, the city will notify affected residents regarding the name change and hold a public hearing after CACGN approves the proposed name. That concludes the presentation.
All right, thank you, Megan. Do we have any representatives from the city of Woodland that would like to add to this presentation? I see we have a hand raised.
Spencer, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome, Spencer.
Excellent. All right, closing strong. Spencer Bowen here, Communication and Strategic Policies Manager with the City of Woodland City Manager's Office. Thanks so much for this opportunity to speak. Excited about this progress. I will just add on the public outreach that we've already done kind of a conditional public hearing that we noticed and allowed an opportunity for the public to speak. And in advance of that, I actually walked this street with some of my staff and we talked to each affected front door to make sure they were clear on what the process was for this. And in addition, in the spirit of Wes Sachs' comments, we appreciate Yojadihi Winton Nation's flexibility in both recommending a great name, but also working with our fire department to keep in the theme of geographic names in the area. There are a lot of valleys and hills in that area, which our emergency response staff uses. So we're appreciative that Patwin Valley was recommended. With that, happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the additional background and for all of the work that you and your team have been leading for this renaming effort on behalf of the city. I know it takes a lot of time and I'm sure it's an extra duty for you, so I really appreciate that.
It's our pleasure.
Any questions for Megan or Spencer? All right, hearing none. Do we have any representatives from any governments, elected or official representatives of tribal, federal, state, county, or city governments? I'd like to provide public comment on agenda item 15C. Last call for any elected leaders or official representatives of the government. Hearing none, do we have any members of the public that'd like to provide public comment on agenda item 15C, ID number 24-170 SQ Valley Drive to Patwin Valley Drive? Any members of the public that would like to provide public comment, please use the raise the hand feature in the bottom of the screen. Last call for public comment. Hearing none, do we have committee discussion on agenda item 15C? No? Do we have a motion for agenda item 15C?
I'll make a motion for
Okay.
ID number 24170 SQ Valley Drive to approve Patwin Valley Drive as a replacement name.
Thank you, Stephen, for the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Cindy, thank you.
I feel like I didn't have enough caffeine today.
Yeah, there you go. All right, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Stephen, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay. Helen? Aye. Cindy?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Amelia?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Motion has been approved. Really appreciate everyone's time and energy getting through this very large agenda. Thank you so much. Before we take a motion to close, I do want to open up general public comment.
Oh, if I may, there was just one slide left.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Yes.
That's okay. Not to draw it out, but I feel like it's important for closure.
Yes, thank you. So Deputy Director Megan Fleer is going to walk us through next steps in the implementation of AB 2022.
Thank you, Justin. Thanks for hanging with us. Okay, really quickly, just next steps in implementation. There will be another meeting on December 6th where the committee will decide on any or vote on any remaining replacement names for, we had it for any that were maybe deferred today, which there weren't. And I think we just have a few that are left that maybe public agencies or we need a bit more time to do coordination on. Then on December 13th, we are working to put together an implementation webinar to continue to work with our public agencies and public agency staff on the more like on the ground changes that will come with this bill. And then obviously on January 1st, 2025 is when all of these features and places containing the SQ term need to be replaced. So just to end, if anyone has any questions regarding CACGN Assembly Bill 2022 or address changes, please visit CACGN's website. We do have a new website. It's located under our initiatives page. We are working on taking down the old page, but we're still in the transfer process. So thank you for your patience with us as we move things over and try to update everything. You can also contact us. We have our email, the CACGN email up there. And then just for members of the public still in attendance, if anyone has any questions regarding, signage or local changes, we would encourage you to contact the responsible public agency that we kind of listed for each of these proposals. And then last slide, please, Justin. It's just thank you. Thank you. And with that, back to you, Chair.
All right. Thank you so much, Megan. And again, huge kudos and thanks for how much work you put into today's meeting. So if we can indulge for a second, a round of applause to Megan. Thank you for all of your work on this. All right. So now I will open it up for general public comments. So this is public comments that are not related to any of the items specifically listed on the agenda. We will open it up for public comment. If you have a general public comment, please know that we are asked that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And this is general public comment on anything California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names related. Please use the raise the hand feature in the bottom of the screen. And as folks are thinking about their public comment, I just want to note that we will only hold it open for a little bit, but no longer than an hour. Yes.
Could we say something here?
Yes, of course. Yes, yes. If the committee has a comment, yes.
I just maybe while people are thinking if they want to say anything, I just like this was a lot that we considered today, but and it would have been repetitive and hard to get through, except that it's really inspiring how many local agencies and tribes work together. And like those were the easiest ones to approve, for me at least, and it seemed like for the committee as a whole, and it's just super inspirational. And I bet nobody is on now the local agencies, but I just really appreciate the work and the contributions of the tribe, and just that comment that West Sac put in there about it being a gift, like that really hit me.
Yeah, it's very touching.
Right. And it is a gift for them, the tribes, to share their language with these very European cultural cities. So this is a really amazing process to be part of. So thank you, Geneva, and thank you, Megan, for facilitating this experience. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Well, thank you. And thank you for serving on the committee and helping think through all of this. So yeah. All right. Last call for either general public comments or any kind of closing comments from committee members.
I'll just echo what you,
No, go
sorry,
ahead.
just to echo what you said, Geneva, and a big thanks to you and Megan and all of the committee members, but just an incredible amount of work you all have been doing for the past couple and a half years. I think it's amazing. I'm just coming in the tail end, it feels like, but super just feel privileged and honored to even be in the conversation. And so thank you all for driving this. It's really great.
Thank you, Amelia.
Yeah, just kudos to everybody for putting this together. I wasn't joking, that's a marathon agenda. And I was a sprinter, so I wasn't sure what the team was going to ask me to do. But anyway, I just, there's a lot of, the other part to think about is, yeah, this was a long day, but the hundreds of hours I'm sure that went in, both from agency down to all of the local agencies and all. I mean, to address this, issue that not that long ago, people wouldn't even consider it an issue, not understanding the context and the etymology of the word. So I think it's a great step, and it was well done. As a guy who's been on a lot of commissions and helped commissions, and I know what the workload's like. So I really appreciate everything. Well done today.
Thank you, Jen.
Yeah, and just to echo the words from the other committee members, a huge thank you to the tribes and the locals for those partnerships, and also to Deputy Director Fleer for putting it together so concisely. So thank everyone involved.
Great job.
Can I
Great.
add one?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I just want to thank Justin, who's we're operating the slides and everything and all the comments behind the scenes, and it's a lot of work to be attuned, just as we have been all day. And even though he's not here in the room, he's helped a lot. So just for our technical support staff, he and James, thank you for the record.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been my pleasure.
All right. Well, thank you. And I know we're just kind of piling on the thank yous now, but I just want to say, it was so many people have touched this work and have advanced it. And I'm so glad that we got to, take some time in the beginning of the meeting to really thank those individuals, because this is new. This is new work for the committee. It's new for the state of California. So it took a lot of creative thinking and figuring it out and working in partnership with tribes and public agencies to make that happen. So if anyone who's helped along the way is still on the call, I just wanted to say a huge thank you for how much time and expertise you've dedicated to that work. So maybe I see Stephen's applauding, maybe another round of applause for all of the staff, interns, fellows, everyone that pulled this off. All right, so I know Megan walked us through our next steps. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is tomorrow, November 14th at 10 a.m. I promise that agenda is much shorter, very short, but please take a look at that and please be prepared for that meeting. And then we will have our next Assembly Bill 2022 meeting on December 6th. We will be starting at 10 a.m. And then after that meeting, just to remind folks, we'll have a December 13th implementation webinar on AB 2022, where Megan and I will be walking folks through next steps in implementation. So please share that with your colleagues and tribal partners who are interested in attending that. Megan, any last things that we should say before we break?
No.
All right. I would entertain a motion to conclude today's meeting.
Motion to conclude.
Second. All right. Helen motion and Elizabeth second. Any discussion on the motion? Want to stay longer? No? Okay. All in favor, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Well, thank you all. Have a good evening. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks,
Good
Geneva.
morning.
You appreciate it.
Bye.
Geneva. Yes.
It's nice to meet you, Helen.
Yes.